This is Audible.
Luciano, Bells and Mobsters, Book 1. Written by Eva Winners, performed by Lily Drake and Walker Williams. Prologue. Grace.
My wife.
As he whispered those words into my ear, his warm breath seared my sensitive skin. He pumped into me with slow, powerful thrusts. My nails dug into his muscles, the grip tight and every sensation within me burning with need. His voice was cocky and possessive.
Say you are mine.
He demanded. Just like the night we met, his gaze sent a blaze through my body and heat brushed through every inch of my skin. His gaze on me was like a hot and cold brush over my skin. Yours, I vowed. The moment our eyes met in his club 3 months ago, the air rushed out of my lungs, and my life has been spinning in all the right directions. My body jolted with a strange electric sensation when his hazel green gaze watched me, the cockiness and arrogance written all over his face. But I still couldn't resist the pull. I have been his from the moment we locked eyes across the room in that nightclub. Right now, I ached for him, needing more of him. His everything. I had never thought I could belong to someone so completely, but I was his, every piece of my heart, soul, and body. I was all his. His groans vibrated against my ear and through every little piece of me, from the tip of my toes to the strands of my hair. Please, Luciano, I begged breathlessly. He knew what I meant. He read me like an open book. He sped up his rhythm, his sculpted inked body thrusting hard in and out, filling me up again and again, each time touching places deep inside of me. My nails raked his shoulders, my cries for him getting louder with each thrust. He rutted me hard and relentlessly, deeper and rougher, exactly the way I needed him. My hips rolled beneath him, meeting his every thrust. He made my body burn, the flames of desire licking each inch of my skin. I didn't care about anyone or anything, just him. He'd ruined me for anyone else. My heart was his. I was a fool to think I'd ever escape untouched by him, in one way or another. He had taken my heart and my body, like a thief in the night.
Fuck. I can't get enough of you.
He grunted, thrusting hard, pounding me like the ruthless beast he was, and I loved every second of it. Relished the feeling of him losing control inside me. His fingers dug into my hips, holding me in the manner that would enhance both of our pleasures the best. He knew my body better than I did. An intense orgasm burst through me, a scream leaving my lips, and my entire body went taut. My nails dug into his back as my pussy spasmed around his shaft. He thrust again, once, twice, before he followed me right over the cliff. A trailer blocked my view of the East River. Frowning, I hoped the driver would speed up and pass us by so I could get a glimpse of the view. This was my favorite part of going into the city, going over the Brooklyn Bridge and the views stretching across the river. I kept watching and waiting, but the tractor-trailer maintained its speed, parallel with our driver, and I missed it. It was snowing lightly, and temperatures were cold, so cold that I heard on the news that the river froze. But because of this driver, I missed it. On my way back, I hoped silently. I'd catch it on our way back if it wasn't too dark. I glanced over at Luciano to find him watching me. My husband. It still seemed surreal to find myself married, and to this man. Images of what we had done before we showered to get ready for our date played in my mind, making my cheeks hot. I was sure the blush was permanently stained there with things we've done since we got married. He always managed to make me blush, like a permanent side effect every time he looked at me, touched me, or spoke to me. Has it only been 3 months? It felt longer. I never expected to fall for him, but here we were. I have fallen in love with my husband. It had been a rough start, an unexpected start, but somehow it had all worked out. "You are staring at me," I scolded him on a soft chuckle.
You love it when I watch you.
I bit my lower lip to hide my smile. He was right. Regularly, I hated being the center of attention, but when he watched me, it was different. I felt like the most beautiful woman in the world, and everyone faded out as he stared at me with eyes the color of cool moss in early fall, right after the rain. I loved his eyes. There could be a harshness, a ruthlessness in them, but also such incredible passion. Hopefully, I'd see love glimmer in his hazel gaze one day as well, because I knew without a doubt I was falling for my husband, despite our rocky start. It was his eyes that captured me from the very first moment, the moment our gazes locked across the club, the night of my graduation. He had turned my world upside down. In a good way, despite the fact I didn't think so at first. The way those hazel eyes watched me, hungrily, made my insides shudder in delight. God, I hoped one day our kids would have his eyes. My husband was handsome, his face fit for GQ magazine, not a mobster world. Except when he was furious, ready to make his enemies suffer. Then, his mobster side came right out. My family was on his revenge list, not that I could blame him. Although I didn't know what exactly they had done to him, I knew firsthand how cruel, heartless, and evil my grandmother and uncle could be. My uncle, Alfonso Romano, ruined numerous lives, costing many men their precious daughters and their wives. He almost ruined my life, until I found haven in the unlikeliest of people, this ruthless monster covered in ink. Luciano pulled me closer to him, and all thoughts of my family evaporated. Bending his head, he showered kisses against my neck, whispering the naughty things we would do the moment we got back home. Shivers of delight ran through my spine, and desire pooled between my thighs. My body burned with an inferno only he knew how to set off. He knew it would be on my mind throughout dinner. We hadn't even gotten to the restaurant, and I was ready to go back home. We were on our way to Maurizio's. It had become our default restaurant date. There was a nervous energy pumping through my veins. Everything between us had happened so fast, and truthfully, our whole marriage started as leverage against my family. I had been his willing victim, seeing a way out for me and my best friend. Yes, he forced me down the aisle, but I wasn't blind to the benefits of taking that walk. Protection from my uncle and grandmother. And somehow, we ended up here. We never talked about the future or our plans. Hopefully, he would be happy about our future together as much as I was. Luciano swept me up from his nightclub and straight down the altar. It sounded so much better than labeling it as a kidnapping. 3 months ago, I would have preached caution to any girlfriend that acted like this. I would have called it Stockholm Syndrome and the start of a very unhealthy relationship. But now, I could understand falling head over heels for someone. Besides, unintentionally and unbeknownst to him, he saved me. If he hadn't taken me when he did, the fate my uncle had prepared for me was horrid. And now I could help my best friend Gabriella too. Things were finally looking up. The driver pulled up in the back of the restaurant, which was reserved only for the restaurant owner and Luciano's team. After the car was parked, Luciano stepped out and held his inked hand to help me out. I took it with a smile.
You look beautiful.
He murmured, his eyes mesmerizing me. You don't look too shabby yourself. Truth was, he looked so handsome. Women always gawked after him, and today I was sure it would be no different. But it wasn't his good looks that captivated me. It was his over-the-top possessive and protective personality. Since my parents died, I had not had that. My best friend and I pretty much had to look out for each other. Nobody else cared what happened to us, and if my uncle's plan had succeeded, both she and I would have been sold. The back door of the restaurant flew open, and Maurizio's son, Mauro, stormed out frantically. His disheveled hair was the first thing I noticed. Roberto's and Massimo's furious expressions were the next. They were right behind him.
We were hit.
The words slashed the cold January air, but it didn't compare to the way my blood froze as I watched Luciano spin around and push me up against the car. Before I could even process what happened, Roberto and Massimo had their guns aimed at my head.
You betrayed me.
Luciano spat at me, the affection dissipating from his hazel eyes, and now all I saw in them was hate. What? My heart thundered. Every fiber in my body was drenched in fear. His burning gaze turned into one of frigid fury, matching the cold gray day around us and flurries coming down. Cold fear gripped me. How did he go from his hot, hungry gaze to this cold rage? I struggled to process it all. Luciano's hard, towering body locked me against the car. The freezing metal of the barrel of his own gun pressed hard against my temple.
You betrayed me.
He shouted. I didn't. My voice shook, my words fumbling in a stutter.
You are the only one who knew besides my men. I fucking trusted you.
My vision blurred, my breathing heavy. I stared at him, praying he'd see the truth in my eyes. Please, Luciano. I whispered as a snowflake landed on my eyelash. It felt heavy, my face frozen from the cold and terror. I didn't betray you. I breathed in, my lungs hurting from the frigid cold air.
I've had shipments coming here for weeks. We were never hit. The week I tell you, we are hit.
Luciano, please listen. I begged in a small voice. I didn't betray you. I love you. He laughed. His face twisted in disgust at my words. At me. At my declaration of love. It was the first time I spoke those words to my husband. The barrel of his gun pressed harder against my temple, and my whole body shook, from fear, from the cold, and the look of disgust in his eyes.
Let's play a little game.
He growled, a menacing smile on his face. Slowly, he pulled the gun from my temple, while Roberto and Massimo held their aim on me. He opened the cylinder of the revolver, eyeing it, counting the number of bullets before spinning the cylinder and flicking it closed.
Russian roulette, shall we?
He pressed the barrel of the revolver back to my temple. The whole scene played out like it was happening to someone else, like it was a bad movie.
Should I kill you now?
He bellowed, rage clear on his face.
I should have expected something like that from someone of your caliber. After all, the Romano family excels at backstabbing.
I stared at him in confusion and hurt. How could he think that of me? Less than an hour ago, he was inside me and made love to me.
Luciano!
Massimo cut in.
Shut the fuck up!
He roared at him. His gaze never wavered from me, and those words almost felt aimed at me.
Any last words, wife?
I watched those eyes that I loved so much, my heart shredding into tiny pieces. It felt like shards of glass tearing at my skin, except the pain tore through me, inside me, leaving invisible scars in its wake. A tear rolled down my face, its trail turning to frost almost immediately, just as I felt my heart freeze with each of Luciano's harsh words. I was too scared to move, to wipe it clean. Despite my shattering heart and suddenly bleak future, I felt anger rise within me. It was better that way. It kept my walls up that I should have never lowered for him. I wanted to tell him to go fuck himself. He wasn't worth my love. He wasn't worthy of me. But the words got stuck in my throat. Then he pulled the trigger. Click.
Chapter 1. Luciano. 3 years later. I was the ruthless king in the financial business world, and in the criminal underworld. That's what everyone called me. Ruthless king. Unforgiving king. Just ask my fucking wife, who has been missing for the past 3 years and 6 months. The memory of the betrayal still tasted bitter. But one good thing came out of it. My heart was as hard as the Arctic ice. It had been 3 years and 6 months since the full-blown war erupted between the Vitale and Romano family. The war between our two families started when the Romano family killed my mother and sister. Attacks, lives lost, fortunes burned. But it was that last betrayal that drove me insane. She chose them over me. She sold me out. And I never go soft on my enemies. I'd stripped down the trust funds and empires of my enemies in this war. Some even lost their lives. I won. And the people who were on my side flourished and became wealthy beyond their wildest dreams. My empire grew tenfold. People who were not on my side, let's just say they lost much. The Romano family lost most of their fortune, but just like rats, they kept coming back. Their financial suffering wasn't enough. I wanted them all dead. I had successfully pushed the Romanos out of every business except for one, human trafficking. But that one would happen soon too. When I set my mind to shit, I didn't stop till it happened. Tonight, I was hosting the biggest event of the year at my casino. I owned every casino in New Jersey except for one. That one belonged to my best friend, Cassio King. There will be members of the Mafia here, Irish, Italians, Russians, Colombians, as well as politicians, dirty and clean, drug and gun dealers, human traffickers, the rich and famous of this world. I didn't discriminate. I took all their money, and they all owed me. They all needed me. I had runners all over the world who cleaned money for me. I ran it all, but none of it could be easily pinned on me or traced by anyone. Money laundering was my main source of fortune, but I also owned casinos, nightclubs, and ran drugs occasionally, though the latter was not something I did often. Drugs and guns were mainly Cassio's line of work, and the rest of the guys. I set my cognac on the side table, watching through the one-way glass as politicians, criminals, and the rich equally squirmed. I hated all those fuckers. I hated the criminals that pretended they were better even more, like the fucking Romanos. We were all killers and sinners. One big difference? My friends and I only killed when we needed to, or for revenge. Many of these men killed for power, money, sport, or even pleasure. and some even use their own family to try and get ahead. The way Alfonso Romano used his niece's charms and beauty to blind me, and I played right into it. My blood boiled in fury, tempting me to just go into full attack mode. Consequences be damned. I wanted the man dead, but only after I tortured him, nice and slow. I wanted to hear him cry, squeal like a pig, beg, but he still wouldn't get any mercy from me. "You good?" Cassio's voice pulled me back from the edge. No, I wasn't fucking good, but I kept the words locked in. Cassio King was my best friend. He had been since we were kids. My allegiances were always with him, and his with me. His territory was New York, alongside the Italian and Irish Mafia there. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in bed with the Irish soon. Jack Callahan was a ruthless but fair motherfucker. He'd be a good ally. Cassio and Luca kept an eye on Margaret and Anya, Callahan's niece and stepdaughter. It would be interesting to see how that unfolded. My territory was New Jersey and Connecticut. We have had a working relationship for years. It certainly helped when both of us had to divert shipments. He used my ports and I used his. I'm ready to get the show rolling. I gritted through my teeth. Seeing my wife's uncle made me want to rage, destroy. It was a reminder of what I lost because of that man. He cost my mother and sister their lives, and then he used my wife like a disposable toy to get one over on me. She fucking knew it and played willingly. It pissed me off that she didn't tell me. It infuriated me even more that I fell for it. That was what happened to men like me when we became blinded by pussy. There were whispers he had her killed after I dropped her off at his doorstep. I didn't think so. Those two probably conspired against me about everything. It was probably their whole plan from the moment I spotted her in my nightclub. I wanted her to watch the Romano downfall and know who caused it, so she could grovel and regret her decision of betrayal. My father was the only person that firmly believed she was alive and that she was innocent. I fucking hated that I hoped she was alive, but I thirsted for revenge even more. Once I got her, I'd make her pay. But first, I'd fuck her out of my system once and for all. Cassio backed me up when the war started, helped me make them all pay. He knew what happened with my wife, and he still had my back. Like always, Cassio stood by me. I hit the Romano family where it hurt the most, their money. They had lost it all, or at least I thought they had. But it wasn't enough for me. I was after their blood. It helped that both Cassio and his brother Luca were against human trafficking. They fought it too, just like my family did. Unfortunately for us, Alfonso fucking Romano was big into that shit, and I would never clean money from men who traffic women and children. But I had a plan, one that would bring him down once and for all, he and all the ones that worked with him. Luca made his way to us, along with Alessandro Russo and Nico Morelli. I knew I could count on these guys. Alessandro Russo ran his shit in Canada, his headquarters in Montreal. His main illegitimate business focused on guns, as well as owning a few casinos. Nico Morelli ran DC and Maryland. He mainly ran casinos and smuggled drugs with a real estate business as a front. Cassio did a bit of it all, and depended on me to clean his money. There was one business he didn't touch, which was fine by me. I had plenty of runners to launder all my activities, his and thousands of others. Luca wasn't just Cassio's brother, but his right-hand man and helped us all when we needed it. These were some of the fiercest men, and I was lucky to have them at my back. I already heard that fucker talk about his sick business with the Colombians, Nico spat out. Raphael has a good poker face, perfect, I muttered. I had set the trap, with the help of the Colombians. Rafael Santos was my friend too, and he recently came into ruling Florida after his father and eldest brother were killed, Lombardo Santos, and his eldest son Vincent worked with Romanos and with Casio and Luca's father Benito King in trafficking. Rafael was against trafficking women, so it worked out that Vasily Nikolaev's brother Sasha killed Rafael's eldest brother and father. Clean sniper shot to the brain. He was definitely my kind of man. The Romano Empire crumbled over the last 3 years while mine flourished. But that fucker still managed to build it back up. I have no idea how he came up with the capital. Nobody would finance him, knowing my stance on it. But he got his dirty paws on some capital and got his returns through flesh selling. I hated that man's guts. Casio and I suspected it might be Benito, but that bastard was a stingy motherfucker and wasn't into giving loans. More like he would have taken the shipments of women for himself. Vasily Nikolaev is here with his brother Alexei, Alessandro added. Apparently Vasily is not happy with Alfonso. He tried to arrange the kidnapping of Vasily's woman, and Vasily is out for his blood. The fucker got himself another enemy. Good, I grinned. Vasily was bloodthirsty and ruthless. If I fell, he would certainly be right behind me waiting for his turn to strike. Both Alexei and Sasha, Vasily's brothers, were some of the most sought-after killers in our world. Alfonso Romano would be dead one way or the other. Let the games begin, I told them all. I would play all my cards right and look forward to seeing the Romano dynasty fall for the last time. Next time, there would be nobody and nothing to lift them up.
Chapter 2. Grace. I stared at the computer screen, smiling. It wasn't the first time he had written me an email asking me to join his team. I assumed it was a man, since all his transaction codes came from the profile Ruthless King.
To the ghost, from Ruthless King. You should take me up on my offer. There are benefits to being on my payroll. K.
I chuckled as I typed my reply. To Ruthless King, from the ghost. No thank you. I like being my own boss. I expect my fee to be transferred within 24 hours. Yes, I'm being generous, giving you longer than anyone else. P.S. I'm off to the beach. Don't even think about bothering me for the rest of the day. P.P.S. See? The perks of being my own boss. I pressed the send button and smiled. It was sad that most of my social life consisted of talking to my 2-year-old son, my best friend, and email correspondence with Ruthless King. That name should have caused me fear, but I found that after what Gabriella and I survived over the last 4 years, it didn't. He was a faceless, nameless man that needed extra help laundering money. And that was where Gabriella and I came in. I stretched my back, careful not to knock the laptop off my lap, and enjoyed the view of the sea that spread for miles and miles in front of me. It took my breath away every single time. Life was finally good. We have found the perfect little island with the population of less than 4,000 people to settle in. The island fell under the region of Sicily, but still had its own authenticity. Sicily was too big for us. This was perfect. I had the people that were most important to me in my life, my son and Gabriella. She had been my best friend since boarding school. She was the sister I never had. After we escaped, the nightmare still wasn't over for us. Taking the first flight out of the U.S., we lived on the run, constantly looking over our shoulders. We misjudged how long the money would last us. Within 3 months, we were broke, hungry, and without a roof over our heads. But we survived it all, and we were stronger now. We had our little routine going, and the past seemed irrelevant. As if it happened to someone else. Not me. Not us. The day was beautiful. Every day was beautiful here. We've seen a lot over the last few years of traveling, but Favignana in Sicily easily became my top favorite town. I could understand now why my husband's father, Matteo Vitale, spoke about it so fondly. It truly was a little slice of heaven on this earth. Life was just different here. The slower-paced mentality and mild climate made it an appealing spot to settle here permanently. And, ironically, it made me feel at home, just like Matteo Vitale said it would. We moved here 9 months ago, after spending over 2 years constantly moving. This place lingered in the back of my mind from the moment we went on the run. Didn't experts always say that hiding something in plain sight was the most efficient? Besides, in some weird way, the area that used to be the home to Matteo Vitale and his young wife felt like an invisible cloak of protection. So, we found ourselves here, and I could see myself staying here forever. Except that I sucked at Italian. Matteo, my son, on the other hand, was soaking it up. "Ella, you ready?" I called out to my best friend, sticking to her nickname. She and my son Matteo were packing up toys like we were moving to the beach, not just walking less than 100 yards to it. "Yes, grabbing the sunscreen and putting on a bathing suit. Then I'm all ready." "You're not even in a bathing suit?" I asked, in a groan. I went to shut my laptop down when my email pinged. Throwing a quick glance, I smiled. I knew he couldn't resist.
To the ghost. From Ruthless King. I'd let you go to the beach once in a while. I'm a great boss like that. K.
I chuckled again. At least he was being honest. To Ruthless King, from the ghost. But I'm a better boss because I'd let myself go to the beach every day. You're not that great at selling yourself. Nice doing business with you. Till our next transaction. Clicking the send button, I waited for the email to leave my outbox and shut the laptop right after. I strode to the play area, where Matteo kept trying to throw another toy into the bag. "Who's ready for the beach?" I asked excitedly. His green eyes raised up to me, and a big smile spread on his face.
Io.
Matteo was answering more in Italian than English. He raised his chubby hands to me to lift him up, and I laughed out loud. "You're a little boss man, you know that?" He grinned, little giggles escaping him as he twirled around. Ella swept into the room with a wide smile. "Okay, I'm ready." "Let's go then." Our villa was small, but the most charming place I had ever lived. I loved everything about our life here. People were friendly and kind, food was amazing, and it felt like the three of us belonged. I never wanted to leave. It took us exactly 5 minutes to get to the beach, and that was with interruptions of running into familiar faces along the way and chatting. God, I love that the beaches are empty now, I murmured as I laid out our beach towels. Tourist season is finally over. It was the second week in September, and all of Europe got back to their normal work lives and offices. Ella and I didn't have normal work lives. Our biggest disadvantage when we came to Europe was our lack of language skills. Neither one of us could speak any other language besides English. Second disadvantage was that neither one of us had a useful skill. I studied music, she studied art. Third disadvantage was that I was pregnant. So, our choices were limited. But there were a few things I picked up during my marriage and while under my grandmother's and uncle's roof. My grandmother wanted me to be a perfect belle to a mobster one day, just not to the mobster I ended up marrying, the ruthless Luciano Vitale. After all, My grandmother and uncle told me on numerous occasions that all good mob wives should know 3 things: how to back her man, how to keep her mouth shut, and how to help the family when needed. Except nobody expected me to get a backbone and use those skills for myself. It helped Ella and me when needed. We refused to be used anymore. Both Ella and I had established new identities and changed our appearances just enough that if we ever ran into someone we knew, they wouldn't recognize us. Then we turned to not-so-legal business. Money laundering through several Bahama shell companies and Swiss accounts. Ella dated a boy for a bit that was heavy into IT and firewalls. It turned out she was really good at it. So we put it to good use. She ensured our firewalls and messages were encrypted and untraceable. By the time anyone got any message from us, it went through at least 10 IP addresses and locations. Our firewalls were thick. I, on the other hand, handled the transactions through shell companies in the Bahamas and Swiss accounts, along with all the customer correspondence. I wasn't exactly proud of it, but it kept us fed and off the streets. I shuddered, remembering those first 6 months. We almost ended up living on the streets. Some nights when sleep wouldn't come, I laid awake, haunted by that gnawing hunger and fear. I was scared we'd never make it to our next birthday, and my baby would die before even taking his first breath. We did what was necessary to survive. Shoving the dark memories away, I focused on this beautiful day, my son, and my best friend. We were healthy, had a roof over our heads, and food on our table. That was all that mattered. I would never again depend on anyone. Ella and I only took a limited number of transactions per month. We learned to be selective. We'd laundered for certain clients that didn't deal in the type of businesses that we wouldn't condone. Truthfully, they were all businesses we didn't condone, but we tried to choose the lesser of the evils. Any business that dealt in human trafficking, we stayed clear of. Same with any type of businesses that sold sexual services. It pretty much left us with drug and gun smugglers. Thanks to Ella's IT skills, she was able to use the dark web to validate businesses our clients dealt in. In most cases, she was able to get the identities of our clients. Ruthless King was an exception, however. We connected with a few other runners, and his credentials seemed to hold true. He was against human trafficking and was known to turn away the business of laundering money for those like the Kings and the Romano family. Everything we checked on him panned out. He didn't deal with any criminals that touched that type of business. I connected with Ruthless King 15 months ago and had dealt almost exclusively with him over the last 6 months. He kept it short, clean, and to the point. Plus, he paid the most commission, so it was good all the way around. "We are living the life," Ella agreed, turning over onto her stomach and promptly drifting off to sleep. That girl lived for sunbathing. Yes, life is good now. Even if the business was to go away, we were financially set for several years before we'd run out of money. If we could keep this going for another 3 years, we could stop doing it and just live the rest of our lives doing little jobs here and there. We'd still be set, and Mateo would never go hungry. "Mateo, come here so Mommy can put sunblock on you," I called out to my son. He abandoned his sand digging and walked over with a big grin. His hazel eyes watched me with love and trust, while his dark hair ruffled under the light breeze. God, how he reminded me of his father. The familiar dull pain throbbed in my chest, but it was gone quickly. I had worked hard to forget the pain and loss of his father. My son was a reminder, but in a good way. I like to think of my husband as he could have been if he wasn't corrupted by all the events of his life. I squeezed the lotion into my hands and applied it over his exposed skin. Mateo had a year-round tan, just like his father, but I was paranoid and used lots of sunscreen. If I could, I'd put Matteo into a secure bubble, but I knew it would fail. My parents tried that with me, and it didn't work out. They only succeeded in making me weak. I wouldn't repeat that with my own son. Instead, I'd make him strong. He could be good and still take no shit from anyone. I wouldn't let my son grow up to be gullible or defenseless like I was. Okay, you're all set, I told him, placing a smooch on his cheek. He immediately giggled. Want help building your sandhole?
Si,
he replied in Italian. Okay, my little Italian man, let's go build. He handed me his extra sand shovel, and we both got to work. He babbled all along, half in English and half in Italian. Most of it I couldn't understand. It didn't help that he babbled Italian in baby talk. I've been trying to learn Italian to keep up with Matteo, but I was failing miserably. Or Matteo learned at a much faster pace than me. Still, I didn't let any of it deter me. You know, the waves are going to crash into our masterpiece in the next half hour. I followed his gaze to the sea, watching him frown. But the good news is that we can come back tomorrow and do it all over again. He grinned, and my heart melted for my little guy. What should we do for dinner, huh? I asked him.
pizza.
Oh, I think that's a marvelous idea. I agreed. Should we go to Zio Juno or Neptuno?
Juno, mama.
I smiled. I knew Juno would be his answer. They had a little girl Matteo's age that always came out to play with him each time we ate there. I agree. Okay, Juno it is. We'll tell Aunt Ella when she wakes up. I glanced at Ella. She still laid in the exact same position. Woman, you're going to burn like a crab. I shouted to her, laughing. She stirred and got up. Her beach tan and blonde hair made her look gorgeous, like a real beach babe. I wish I could tan as beautiful as her. I constantly applied sunscreen to prevent sunburn. My natural ginger red hair combined with my fair skin made it hard to get a decent tan. Although I colored my hair brown, it didn't take away from my fair skin tone. When we first arrived in Italy, I was so envious of everyone's tan. But I quickly got over it. It wasn't as if I could do anything about it. I'm hungry, she announced. Ah, yes. Matteo and I decided we would go to Zio Juno. It's pizza day. What do you think? She immediately grinned. That's a great idea.
Chapter 3. Luciano. It wasn't until the early morning hours that I finally went to bed. The trap was laid. Every table last night was strategically placed. There was a good reason why I sat Alfonso Romano next to the Colombians. He was a greedy bastard, and I knew he couldn't resist jumping on a deal. It was exactly what I wanted him to do. Raphael would play along as if his father's flesh-moving business was still alive and offer a deal to Alfonso. The bastard would take him up on it and promise a shipment to Benito King, along with an advance payment. He would end up empty-handed because Raphael would never deliver him women to sell. His sister, Isabella Nikolaev, would never speak to him if he ventured into it. And just like that, Alfonso Romano would be squirming like a little rat, knowing Benito King never gave second chances. But not to worry. I'd kill him before Benito because I would ensure his torture was long and detailed. Money traded hands multiple times, and I made more than enough from all of them. It was what I was good at. It was the reason why the Vitale family has owned New Jersey and parts of the city for the last 2 centuries. We were good at making money. We owned every crime family that operated in the city, along with most of the buildings. Laundering money for crime families gave insights to their secrets. Not that I cared about them, as long as it didn't fuck with my family and my friends. I itched to speed things along, but I knew each wrong move on my chessboard could cost me. Alfonso had information I needed. I needed to know where his niece was, where my wife was. Once he was ensnared by the Colombians, and I had him exactly where I wanted him, I'd burn the Romano family to the ground, as if they never existed. They'd be wiped off this planet. I peeled off my three-piece suit and headed for my bathroom. Turning on the water, I stepped into the palatial shower in my master bath. I let the water wash the night away. I wished it would wash away this anger and frustration that brimmed inside me, ready to boil over. Staring at the built-in shelf in my shower, my eyes locked on my wife's shampoo and conditioner that still sat there. Body wash, too. I should have gotten rid of it. The fragrance still lingered in her bottles. All I had to do was open them. I remembered her smell, that unique smell of violets. Every time we showered together, the smell lingered around me for hours despite my own body wash. I'd lather her hair, help her smooth out those red tangles. She was so responsive to every touch of mine. I could still remember each moan, each touch from her during our last shower together. I closed my hand around my cock as I pictured my wife, her body writhing under me, her full mouth smiling dreamily as she prepared to take my cock between her lips. God, the first time she lowered herself onto her knees, I almost spilled before she even took my cock into her mouth. After weeks of foreplay, and her refusing to ever get on her knees for any man, it was the most magnificent sight. My queen wanted me as much as I wanted her. Her submission was fucking erotic. With one hand pressed against the stone wall of the shower, I gripped my cock tighter and stroked it as I pictured my wife, the mental image of our last time together in the shower.
Luciano, what are you doing?
Grace rasped, a blush spreading through every inch of her pale skin. She blushed so easily, and her light complexion with freckles refused to hide it. I fucking loved it. I dropped to my knees in front of her, prepared to worship her. She was like the rarest brand of cognac that I wanted to savor for the rest of my life. I'm going to taste my wife, my queen, I murmured against her pussy, and love every fucking second of it. She was my queen. The way her body shuddered at my touch, the way her beautiful eyes hazed with lust. Her sassy mouth always turned soft after I'd gotten her off.
What?
Gently, I spread her legs open with my hands, and I felt her limbs tremble. She was beautiful like that, her wide eyes watching me with anticipation and her cheeks flushed in excitement and embarrassment. Her innocence was evident in every touch she gave me, every word she spoke, but there was also strength underneath it all. Keep your eyes on me, I rasped. Understood. She nodded. Her mouth parted slightly, and the moment I leaned in and swiped my tongue against her slit, a shuddering moan escaped her lips. Her lids lowered, but she did as I commanded, keeping our eyes locked together. My wife tasted divine. I could have eaten her for days and never sated this hunger for her. I sucked on her little sensitive nub. Her body writhed above me, pushing into my mouth, pulling away, but I wouldn't let her pull away. She was mine, to pleasure, to fuck, to use, all fucking mine.
Oh, Luciano.
She moaned, her gaze full of lust through her heavy eyelids.
I'm gonna...
I pulled away, chuckling darkly. I'm not done with you yet.
Luciano.
She protested. her soft body pushing against me, offering herself to me like a good little wife. "You'll come with me inside you," I commanded her in a hoarse voice, rising to my feet, blood pumped through my veins, my cock rock hard and eager to be in her tight little pussy. "I want to feel your pussy clench around my cock as you come, hear you scream my name." I turned her around and bent her over the shower bench. Her hands instinctively held on to the marble bench. Glancing over her shoulder, she watched me with anticipation, licking her lips. My wife was greedy when it came to pleasure, and I loved that about her. In one thrust, I filled her to the hilt and she threw her head back, screaming my name. I fucking loved her passion, her enthusiasm. My fingers gripped the soft flesh on her hips, and I fucked her deeper and harder than ever before. And she took all of me, her moans vibrating against the tile, mixing with the sound of shower spray.
"Luciano, oh, please,"
she panted, arching her back. My strokes grew harder and more desperate, needing her all. She always begged. My little wife was perfect for me in that regard. She met each one of my thrusts with a pant, taking me deeper and harder till she screamed her pleasure, and I felt her insides grip my cock in a chokehold as she brought me my own, and I spent inside her pussy. My balls tightened at the memories, and I stroked harder and faster, imagining her beautiful ginger red mane in my fist as I pounded into her. My cock pulsed, my orgasm bearing down my spine hard and fast. This was what I had been reduced to, jerking off for years with the images of my wife. Only her. She was fucking mine. My cum splattered against the shower wall. The thoughts of her moaning as she sucked me, the memories of her screaming my name when I fucked her hard took me over the edge, and this time it was me with her name on my lips. Finding my release, I felt a fraction of the tension leaving my body. My eyes were still locked on the remains of my wife's possessions in the shower, wishing for... fuck. I didn't know what. I didn't dare to even think what I wished for. If I only knew that day it was the last time I'd have her. From the moment I touched her, she became my vice. The way she moaned my name melted into my touch. It grated on me that a niece of that fucking Alfonso Romano would be the one to become my addiction. Where the fuck are you hiding, wife? She was hiding, I was sure. I couldn't even think of the alternative. She was too young and too stubborn to die. My men had found people that hid in the jungles and deserts, but they seemed incapable of locating my wife. 3 fucking years and no sign of her. Not even a hint of where she might be. Every so often there'd be a false alarm, a woman that looked like my wife, but it was never her. Alfonso Romano hit her well. There could be no other explanation. My wife was too naive to be hiding on her own without leaving any traces. The idea of her being under his protection made me want to burn down every single thing the Romano family owned tonight. I pressed my palms against the cold tile, bent my head forward, and let water rain on me. 3 long years. It shouldn't be that hard to find one little woman. After all, the world wasn't that big. But apparently it was big enough to hide her. I stepped out of the shower and secured a towel around my waist. The same moment my phone rang. I grabbed it and saw it was an unknown number. It wasn't surprising. We went through burners like guns. Yes? It's Cassio. Didn't I just see you? I asked in a dry tone. It would seem lately he, my father, Massimo, along with Alessandro, Luca, and Nico were the only people I talked to. I couldn't get enough of you. Perv, I'm not giving you my ass. Call one of your willing women. I don't need your ass. I have a willing woman sucking my dick right here. He chuckled. Fuck, some days I envied him. I couldn't stomach bedding another woman or have her suck me off. She says hi. I hope this is not the only reason you called, because best friends or not, I will beat your ass the next time I see you. He laughed again. I'd like to see you try. Luca might have something. He trailed off, and I waited for him to continue. The only reason I'm telling you this is so you hear it from me before anyone else. I knew whatever he would tell me next I wouldn't like. Luca's contact informed him that Alfonso Romano has petitioned to transfer all of his niece's assets to his name. On what grounds? I barked out. Was this his way of keeping my wife off my radar? Was she his capital, financing his human trafficking business? On the grounds of her being deceased, he claims he has evidence of his niece's death. The phone line went quiet, and the silence stretched between us. I didn't expect that response. I refused to believe the possibility of Alfonso speaking the truth. That motherfucker was born with a lie on his lips. Deadly anger simmered through my veins. The hate I felt even deadlier. You there, Luciano? Yes, I responded. Thanks for the heads up. Tell that hooker to keep you busy so you're not calling me in the early morning hours. Later. I hung up. There was nothing more to say. I locked eyes on my form in the mirror in my large bathroom. She loved this fucking bathroom. Would spend hours soaking in the tub while reading or working on her assignments. My phone flew through the air, crashing against the mirror, shattering into a million pieces. The sound echoed against the tile in the bathroom, but the hollow silence still remained. I stood in the middle of the mess I'd just created, and all I could see was that last look my wife gave me with those stunning violet blue eyes. As a lone frozen tear trickled down her cheek, leaving frost in its wake. The day I forced her to marry me, to use her as leverage against her family, there was a lone tear that trickled down her face too. I never bothered asking her what it was for. I was focused on my revenge. I planned on using her as leverage against her family, but somehow the entire plan went up in flames. Literal flames with the colors of her red hair and violet blues of her eyes. The instant I saw her strolling into my nightclub with her friend and my men confirmed who she was, I kidnapped her, and we were married within 2 days. Was it a on-the-fly plan? Yes, it was. But fuck it. She was so beautiful. I wanted her, and the word on the street was that Alfonso Romano valued his niece, using her for his bargaining chip with Cassio's father. When I took her, I didn't have qualms about using her and then discarding her. Whether that meant killing her, or just shoving her into one of my penthouses to never see her again. The problem was that my wife quickly became my obsession, and I decided I'd keep her for good. I couldn't stand to be away from her for long periods, constantly craving her. I finally understood the term hooked. I was her junkie.
Luciano, why are you looking at me like that?
I could hear her soft voice echo in my brain.
You're staring.
She'd giggle, and her eyes would haze with lust. Her response to me was fucking exhilarating. She could deny she wanted me, but her flushed cheeks always gave her away. She'd give me her body, mold into mine, scream my name as I fucked her hard, but she refused to break her allegiance to her family, always holding back, and that damn betrayal caught up. It cost me my entire shipment and Cassio's. She could have cost us our lives. Failing suppliers was deadly in our world. Fuck. No sense in dwelling on it anymore. At least we recouped our losses fast by bringing in another. Somehow the loss of my wife still lingered, though. I headed into my closet and pulled on a pair of workout pants and a white t-shirt. It was pointless to go to bed now. There would be no sleep coming to me tonight.
Chapter 4. Grace. I frowned at the email. It was unusual for Ruthless King to want another transaction so soon. He usually kept to 2, 3 max per month. This would be his 5th. I reread his email.
To the Ghost. From Ruthless King. I have another batch. Interested? K.
It was dangerous. I didn't want to attract attention to myself. It was the reason we both agreed that sticking to 2 transactions a month made the most business sense when we started this business relationship. And here we were, barely half a month gone by, and he was already asking for the 5th transaction. I hated to refuse it, knowing it would earn us good money, but it would be worse if we lost it all for being reckless. Yes, we had it all secured and stashed away, but it would be for nothing if we got ourselves killed or locked up. "What is it, Grace?" Ella asked me. I raised my head to meet her gaze. Mateo was taking a nap, so we both worked. "You're frowning, so I know something's the matter." "It's the Ruthless King." She raised her eyebrow. Usually we liked hearing from him. "He wants another batch cleaned, but it's the 5th one this month. I just think it's too risky." "Just tell him no, then." "Do you agree, though?" She met my eyes. "I agree with you. I know you like working with him and he pays well, but it won't help us if we are caught." I nodded. "I'll just tell him we can't do it." To Ruthless King from the Ghost. "Sorry, I can't do another one this month. G." I shut down my laptop. I didn't want to get another email from him and be tempted. It was probably best if I didn't check for any messages over the next 2 weeks. Temptation was a bitch, and caving in to the Ruthless King in order to get to that light at the end of the tunnel too fast could be dangerous. For my son, Gabriella, and myself. And we worked too hard to keep safe. Why did he change his monthly rule? Maybe he lost some of his other contacts. Either way, none of it was our concern. I couldn't help but think about what was driving his need. Unlike other runners, I never connected with any of our clientele over the phone. Ella and I kept it all through scripted email messages. Each email I sent was short and to the point. I never divulged what we did, keeping the language vague. But in times like these, it was hard not to ask for specifics. It would be easier and safer to discuss over the phone, but I wasn't willing to accidentally reveal anything about us. We just had to do this for a few more years, and then we'd be out of the game. Ruthless King or any other client wouldn't matter anymore. Ella and Mateo were my entire world. We looked after each other because nobody else would look after us. It was a lesson we learned the hard way. 2 hours later, Mateo and I were leaving out the door. "I'll see you later, Ella," I shouted before closing the door behind me. We were in our courtyard when I saw Lucia in the neighboring courtyard. She was in her late 70s, but a great woman. When we moved here, she took a chance on us and let us rent this house. This little community was very tight-knit and distrustful of strangers. It was what made it perfect to live here. "Hey there, Lucia," I greeted my landlord. Lucia's English was another perk. It was heavily accented, but it didn't matter to us. It allowed us to communicate. She gave me a big smile. "Going to the beach?" "I wish," I told her. "Mark it." She walked over. "And how is our boy Mateo doing?" Mateo wiggled excitedly. I think that means he's doing good. I think you're right, I agreed. God, it felt good seeing happy people all around me. Lucia handed my son a cookie. She always kept them on her, just for him. What do we say, Matteo? I reminded him.
Grazie.
Lucia beamed. She loved it when he responded in Italian. I laughed. Good job. Where is your sister? Oh, she's getting ready. I leaned over and whispered, she has a date tonight. Everyone on the island believed Gabriella and I were sisters. It was easier that way. Besides, even if we were sisters, we couldn't be closer. Certain experiences in life brought you closer than blood ever could. She chuckled. She better be careful with Italian boys. They are wild and reckless. I keep telling her the same, but she won't listen. And you, dear? Any dates for you? Lucia was nosy, but for some reason I didn't mind. It was a good-hearted nosy. I chuckled. I got one right now. I pointed to my son. He's the best-looking guy around. See, that he is. Okay, I better get going. Do you need me to bring you anything back from the market? She thought for a second, but then shook her head. I think not. See you later, then. I put Matteo in his little stroller, and we started our walk towards the market. The breeze felt good, coming right off the Tyrrhenian Sea. The color of the sea took my breath away every single time. It was turquoise and clear, where you could see the bottom of the sea, and that salty smell that lingered in the air, no matter what time of the season, was just addicting.
Buongiorno, Gracie.
The ice cream shop owner greeted me with a big, toothless smile. Everyone in Italy seemed to have a problem with pronouncing Grace, so I became Gracie. There were times I worried about keeping my first name, but considering Grace wasn't really an unusual name, I decided against changing it. I waved and smiled. Buongiorno, Paolo.
Gelato?
I laughed. Dinner time was not for another hour or two. If we had ice cream now, Matteo would never eat his dinner. Maybe later, after dinner. He grinned. We've had this conversation several times. He believed it was never a bad time for ice cream. I continued on, but awareness tickled at my neck. My eyes searched out my surroundings. I couldn't help feeling like I was being watched. I glanced around me several times, but saw nobody. Probably paranoia, I assured myself. We kept on walking, and within moments, the market spread in front of us. But the feeling didn't diminish. In fact, it grew with each second. Instead of enjoying my stroll through the market as I usually did, I quickly got the items I needed and cut my outing short, much to Matteo's dismay. If only I trusted my instinct.
Chapter 5. Luciano. We sat around the conference room in the Vitale skyrise building, the entire Manhattan view stretching on the west wall. The meeting was with the top members of the Colombian crime organization. There were only two of them along with Cassio and myself. We had to keep it low and under the radar. I sent everyone home and ensured there was nobody around to bear witness to this. Luca had ensured that. There was nobody better than him at ensuring people were invisible and things remained unseen. It was Luca's forte. Just like guns were Alessio's forte, laundering money was mine, and drugs were Cassio's and Nico's. Rafael Santos did a bit of everything, but human trafficking was a leftover legacy of his father's that he was working on wiping out. We all did a few other things on the side and had legitimate fronts, usually in the form of casinos. But if I needed a drug shipment, usually I went to Cassio Nico. For guns, it was always Alessio. Anyone that needed money cleaned, they came to me. There was nobody better at it than Vitale men. My phone beeped. Throwing a glance at it, I noted a reply from the ghost. I tilted my phone to Cassio to share the message. We shared a look. I wasn't surprised that the fifth request in less than 15 days to launder our money was rejected. Neither was Cassio. Nobody wanted to attract attention to themselves. The ghost didn't know it, but it was a test to ensure we could control the transactions over the next few months. I needed to know which one of my runners would be tempted to get greedy and potentially jump ship when Alfonso reached out to them. He would soon try to do that. I quickly typed a message back. To the ghost. From Ruthless King. Good answer. I'd like to book the next 6 months of your exclusive services. Max 3 times per month, as initially agreed. Monthly retention 200,000. The percentage fee per transaction remains the same. You accommodate nobody else. K. That should be clear enough. The last sentence wasn't necessary, but I inserted it to ensure there was no misunderstanding. There was no room for misinterpretation. I often wondered who the ghost was. Every runner I used, I had their picture and their phone number. If they fucked me over, I'd be able to hunt them down. Except for the ghost. That one kept tight security walls, scripted messages, and stuck to code names. Right up front, the terms were established. No calls, no laundering for human traffickers or sex traders of any kind. No names. Limit to 3 times per month with maximum amount of 10 million per month. Right off the bat, I was impressed. In fact, within the first 3 months of business dealings with the ghost, I offered them a job on my payroll and found it amusing when it was refused. Several times. The first shipment the Romano family expects is in 2 weeks' time. The head of the Colombian crime organization, Rafael Santos, announced. He was a tough guy, but he hated moving flesh. Luckily for me, he owed me a big favor and would play this game. He wants drugs and women. He will get neither. When Lombardo Santos died, he left an unpaid debt to Benito King and Alfonso Romano for the women that were in transit to be delivered to those 2 assholes. Rafael freed them without second thoughts or worry to himself. Some he sent back to their homes. Others he helped settle all across the states. He needed cash to pay Benito and Alfonso back with a hefty interest, and that was where I came in. After all, I was the money guy, so I helped him. Of course, in the process, he pissed off Benito and Alfonso. It was an added bonus in my book. The only regret was that those 2 tried to go after his half-sister. With Rafael running Florida's underworld, we had the entire East Coast covered. It made Alfonso's and Benito's job much harder in smuggling. They even attempted to do it through Vasili's territory in Russia. Idiots. The Nikolaev family had connections all over that country. Coincidentally, Raphael's half-sister was married to Vasily Nikolaev. The latter was never our enemy, but he liked to keep to himself and run his own empire. That was fine, but it never hurt to have people on your side, especially badass guys like Vasily. His connection with Raphael afforded us this. Likewise, it also offered them protection by us as well. When Raphael found out he had a sister, he kept it tight-lipped. He only shared it with me, Cassio, Luca, and our little gang. It was to conceal his knowledge of the connection with her from the Romano family and Benito King. Those 2 already tried to kidnap her, and the latter 2, thinking Raphael was clueless, played in his favor. He needs the first batch of money cleaned next week, he continued. He is getting payments in advance of the shipments so he can pay us. This meant that Romano would soon start reaching out to the runners. He would need someone to clean his dirty money. It wouldn't be me, and if I could help it, it wouldn't be any of my good runners either. Isn't he a lucky bastard? Raphael grinned. A very lucky bastard. Even luckier when he doesn't get it. Yes, Alfonso Romano was going down. I would sip on my cognac as I watched him drown. Nothing would bring me more pleasure. I hated the entire Romano family. They killed my mother and sister, and now my wife too. I shouldn't mourn her. After all, she was a Romano, and she betrayed me. But the thought of never having that woman under me did something to my sanity. Today the court would decide whether all my wife's assets would be rolled to her uncle. He wouldn't have long to enjoy it. None of his family would. I would be their judge, jury, and executioner. A few more arrangements, and the meeting was over. Raphael and I shook hands. The mutual understanding we held bound us together. When this is over, don't call me again, Luciano. I grinned. Oh, don't be like that. I thought you liked me. He grinned back. I do, but there are limits to how much. Once those two were out, I glanced at Cassio. Have you heard back from the Irish, the Italian Dons, the Russian sinners, and the rest of the Russian bratva? He nodded. None of them will do any business with the Romano family. Of course, with the exception of my bastard father. Benito King will get his, I told him. I know you and your brother have big plans for him. Nobody knew the details, but it didn't take a genius to figure it out. I strode to the minibar, pouring us a drink and one for Luca. He'd be here any moment. Luciano, have you thought about... His words trailed off, but I knew it was coming. And nobody else dared to bring it up, because I'd smash their face with my bare hands. Cassio was my best friend, but also a man I respected. I had no doubt that eventually he'd overtake his father and rule Benito's empire, maybe even expand it. I wanted to rule the underworld currency. Cassio wanted to rule all the criminals, and there were plenty that feared him. He felt it was the only way to control human trafficking. Maybe he was right, maybe he wasn't. Either way, smashing his face, as tempting as it sounded about now, would bring a shitstorm to my front door, which I didn't have time for right now. The way you're glaring at me, I can tell you want to beat my ass. But there hasn't been a single sighting of her in over 3 years. Yes, smashing his face was tempting. Maybe even his ribs. Damn straight. I gulped the entire drink down, the brown liquid burning down my throat, just like my guilt. If I listened to her, she'd still be here, with me. I should have chained her to my bed and cut all her ties with her family. It should have been me punishing her, not her uncle, not her fucking family. Luca strode into the room, and I handed him his drink. If she is dead, you have to move on. Cassio tried again. If she was dead, I'd never marry again. Yes, I'd take other women to bed, but none of them would ever become my wife. I thought back to those first few months when I tried to fuck any woman, as long as she didn't resemble my wife. I wanted to hurt my wife, the way she fucking stabbed me in the back, in the heart, only to find she had disappeared and her uncle was the one that used her. She was too fucking naive. I shouldn't have sent her back. My resources sent me a message saying Alfonso's request got denied. Luca chimed in. My head snapped to him. Did that mean there was hope my wife was alive? They are keeping it low, but apparently a scripted message came indicating his niece was alive and well, with a picture taken within the last year nonetheless. A lot can happen in a year. Cassio was trying to stop Luca from giving me hope, but I clung to it like a man dying of thirst. Yes, it was stupid considering she'd betrayed me. She probably wouldn't hesitate to betray me again. If Grace was anything, it was loyal to a fault, just not to me. Agreed, but Alfonso Romano claimed his niece was killed over 3 years ago, His evidence was a 3-year-old street surveillance footage with a gun pressed to her temple. Luca responded. Silence lingered, and we all knew what surveillance Alfonso got his hands on. By you, Luciano. It was the footage from that day when I pulled a trigger on her. When I ignored her pleas and watched her tear freeze on her cheek right along with my heart. I'm sure you can appreciate the discrepancy in the story. I nodded. Someone didn't want Alfonso to get his filthy hands on his niece's fortune. The question was, how would Alfonso get his hands on that piece of evidence? All of that surveillance data was wiped off, right after Grace was dropped off at the Romano doorstep. Could you get the picture? I shouldn't ask, but fuck it, why not? I thought you'd ask, he muttered under his breath as he pulled out his phone. Coming your way? My cell beeped, and I had never reached for my phone so fast. I swiped open the picture and enlarged the photo on my iPhone. A familiar face of a young woman stared at me. A wide smile on her face as she glanced over her shoulder at whoever called out to her. Her face was free of makeup, her eyes a striking color against the blue of her dress. Her full lips tempted a saint, lush, red, and fuck the naughty word she could come up with. I knew firsthand how good those lips could feel, especially around my cock. A twinge echoed in my chest, and I had to push it away, focusing back on the photo. She wore a light blue summer dress that made her eyes even more striking. She combined it with a large sun hat. I still remembered her fair skin complexion. She was always diligent about applying sunscreen and wearing hats, even in the middle of winter. Yes, it was my wife, all right. She didn't seem heartbroken anymore. Her smile was radiant, her eyes twinkling, and whoever she glanced at must have been important to her. It was that peculiar look she had for people she loved or cared about. The soft look and intimate smile played on her face. I studied the picture, noting a sign behind her. Zooming in on it, I tried to read it. CU Festival, Freiburg, Germany? Was that where my wife was hiding? Is that really her? Luca asked curiously. Raising my head, I noted Cassio studying the picture too. Nobody had ever seen her except for my family. It was by design. First because I was using her, and then because I was jealous as fuck. She was too young for me, but like a thief in the night, I took her and spoiled her for anyone else. I stole her innocence, enjoying every inch of her body while ruining her. And I'd be a fucking liar if I said I didn't enjoy every goddamn second of it. Yes, a curt answer, as I felt the familiar jealousy brimming inside me. Fuck, she is hot, Luca muttered, his eyes never leaving her photo on his phone. I'd totally do her. 1 second my back was to him, the next I faced him, my arm choking the life out of him, his eyes full of surprise. I had no idea how it happened. It must have been a goddamn reflex. My body pinned Luca against the wall, as my elbow pushed against his neck, the jealousy and rage swimming through my brain like a red, smoky haze. Nobody will do her, I growled in rage. Fuck Luciano, Cassio barked out, trying to peel me off his brother, unsuccessfully. Are you crazy? Delete her picture. My voice dripped with fury, ready to beat the living shit out of him. Jesus, man, get yourself together, Luca spoke, although his airflow was somewhat obstructed. It was just an observation. I didn't say I will, fucker. Shut the fuck up, Luca, Cassio scolded his younger brother. Luciano, he'll delete the picture. Actually, I'll do it myself. Let go of him, and get yourself together. I took a step back, but I kept towering over Luca, the adrenaline rushing through my body. 3 years and 6 months, and I still felt that raging possessiveness, even worse than before, it would seem. My wife would be the death of me, and she wasn't even in close proximity. Here, I'll delete it. Cassio pointed the phone my way. He didn't need to show me. I knew he'd do it. I gave him a jerky nod, and then returned my attention to his brother. Don't talk about my wife that way, I gritted out. He stared at me with a knowing look, but he didn't know shit. Nobody did. So, she's definitely alive, Cassio muttered. I hate to say this, Luciano, but if her uncle is trying to take all her inheritance, the likelihood she is working with him is slim. That crossed my mind too, the moment I heard he was petitioning for my wife's money. Unless she wants the world to believe she is dead, Luca countered, and her uncle is the only way she can get her hands on it. And I thought about that too. God damn it, I needed to get my hands on my wife and find out all her damn secrets. Their plans.
Chapter 6. Grace. The sounds of the waves crashing along the shores of the little island that became our home was all around us, mixing with the smell of the sea. Sitting on the small balcony overlooking the water, I sipped on my glass of wine. I felt at peace here. I didn't think I could find happiness again, but right at this moment, I felt pretty damn close to it. Even with the paranoid feelings I'd had when I rushed out of the market and barricaded Matteo and myself in the house. It was stupid, I knew it. If either my uncle or my husband found us, we'd be dead before we knew what hit us. We would never see it coming. My uncle was a sick, twisted old man that got off on power and torturing humans. Mom just finished her performance at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York City. I headed backstage to see her. I felt hurt and anger in my chest, which never happened when it came to my parents. Hearing my mom sing her last song and dedicate it to a man in the audience, someone I have never heard of, a man, it didn't make any sense at all. It was my parents' song. Did she not love Dad anymore? Roxette's Listen to Your Heart was Mom and Dad's wedding song, a memory of their love that endured hardships. Neither one of them ever told me what those were, but whatever it was, it always put worry on Dad's face and fear on Mom's. They told me it was what sealed them together, listening to their own hearts. So why did Mom dedicate it to another man? The shuffle of the crew of producers, various orchestra musicians, stage managers, and technical staff made it too crowded.
Hey, Grace.
The stage manager called out to me, a wide, happy smile on his face. I guess that meant my mother's performance was a hit. But something didn't sit well with me. Didn't they know that my mother sang a song that was meant for Dad, and she dedicated it to a stranger? That wasn't right. "Hello, Mr. Tony," I greeted him. Benefit of spending a lot of time here, I knew everyone. Every single member by their first and last name. "Have you seen my mom?"
She's in her dressing room.
"Thanks." I waved him goodbye and kept on going. Every so often I'd bump into another backstage worker, greet them, and carry on, determined to talk to my mom. She always said I could ask her any questions or talk to her about anything that troubled me. Well, this troubled me. As I neared Mom's dressing room, I heard raised voices. My pulse sped up with fear. Whose voices were those? I thought I recognized Mom's voice, but I wasn't sure. I never heard her yell. My parents never raised their voices, not at each other, not at me. Yes, I heard my dad use a grumbled, elevated voice at his advisors, but it was always with frustration. This sounded more threatening, ugly, mean. What were they saying? I couldn't make out the words. My heart pounded in my chest, an unfamiliar feeling of fear increasing with each step closer to the cracked door to Mom's dressing room. You will never have her. Yes, that was Mom's voice. Never! As long as there is a breath left in me or Kennedy, you will never have her.
You just wait and see.
The stranger's voice was dark and threatening. My ears rang as my breathing hitched. What were they talking about?
You better listen to your fucking heart and save Kennedy, because there is nothing you can do to save her.
Get out! She screamed, her beautiful voice that awed the world shaking. And for the first time ever, I heard a terror in my mother's voice. Get out! Kennedy will hear of this. I leaned forward and could see the tall man through the open door. There were two of them in there, one older and one younger, but only the older one was talking. Instinctively, I knew the older one was more dangerous.
He knows he can't do anything about this.
He smirked, disgust on his face.
You two listen to your hearts instead of reason. Now it is time to pay the price. You two can have more children. Be smart and say goodbye to this one.
I watched through the crack of the open door as my mom's hand flew through the air and connected with the man's cheek. Smack! His face turned dark, his whole posture threatening, and he took a step, towering over her.
Aria.
Get the fuck out! I froze in fear as I watched the man's hand curl around her slim neck.
It's as easy as this.
He growled.
Snap your neck, and it's over.
I took a step forward, everything inside of me screaming to help my mom, as if I could stop him. The floor creaked under my black Mary Jane shoes. I was still in my school uniform. Both of their eyes snapped to me, one full of fear and one with a look I couldn't quite describe, like he was evaluating me. Mom? I didn't like this man. There should be guards here. Where were Dad's men that always watched over her and me?
You must be Grace.
I swallowed hard, remaining glued to my spot, my eyes darting between my mom's terrified face and this man's cruel one. I had no idea why, but I kept my mouth closed, refusing to say anything to him.
Nice uniform. Good little Catholic girl. That will come in handy.
I didn't understand what he was saying. He didn't make any sense. My eyes lowered to his hand that was still on my mother, his filthy fingers curled around my mother's pale neck. A fear that he could hurt her swelled with each thump in my chest. Suddenly, his hand lowered, and he took a step back. Without a glance at my mother, his eyes on me, he strode past me.
Remember my words, Aria.
And they were gone. Like boogeymen in the dark of night. With her back against the wall, my mom's body slid down till her butt connected with the floor. She was so shaken up that her arms shook as she spread them open. Without thinking, I ran to her and lowered myself onto the floor, burying my body against hers. Mom, are you okay? My voice shook, just like her hands that kept brushing against my face. My little Grace. My mother's voice was soft as she brushed hair out of my face. My precious baby. Who was that? I asked in a whisper. I was scared he'd come back. Nobody important, love. My mother never lied to me, but I knew she lied to me that day. I felt it in my gut. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will keep strong. For me. For Dad. I raised my head, searching out her eyes. "I promise, Mom." I wasn't sure if I could keep that promise, but it seemed so important to her. I wanted to ease her worry and fears that were edged so deep onto her face now. If it would help her, I would have promised anything that day. "You'll always be my little Grace." A soft, warm, fluttering feeling blossomed inside me at hearing those words. I loved my mom and dad. Even more, I loved their affections for each other. I loved their hugs and kisses, but my stubbornness insisted I pretended they were annoying. Though right now, I needed all her comfort, and I sensed she needed mine too. "Never let anyone clip your wings, my baby." "I won't, Mom," I promised. God, if only I knew how hard it would be to keep that promise. How hard it was to be strong. Mom and Dad died 3 months later. It was then I found myself face to face with the very same man that had threatened my mother. He turned out to be my uncle, a man my parents had kept me hidden from. Imagine being a child and not knowing you had other family, never having met your uncle or grandmother. It was a nightmare after that. Until the day I met Luciano. I thought I'd found a savior. So wrong. Tilting my head up at the moon, my thoughts traveled across the ocean, searching the memories. Past was left buried and behind us when we ran, but it was harder to forget. It was a constant exercise of discipline to make myself not think about him. The image of my husband's face flashed in front of my eyes. Even after all this time, the memories hurt. I fell in love with the true villain and learned my lesson in the hardest way possible. I would never let another man in. Maybe one of these days I'd get brave and take another man into my bed, although I knew with unquestionable certainty that nobody would ever compare to my husband. The way my body hummed for him, needing his touch. All the fucked up shit that happened, and I still craved his hands on me, the way he brought me pleasure. And I hated myself for it. I wanted him out of my heart and out of my system. I didn't want to remember him, the way his mouth felt on my skin, or the way his touch lifted me to unimaginable heights. All the while, he crushed my heart like it was worthless. Like I was worthless. A shuddering breath left my lips as I brought my glass of wine to them. This was the reason I always avoided thinking about him. It made me feel like shit. Reaching over to the side table for my laptop, I checked my emails. It was better than thinking about the bitter past. Only one email sat in the secured mailbox.
To the ghost. From Ruthless King. Good answer. I'd like to book the next 6 months of your exclusive services. Max 3 times per month as initially agreed. Monthly retention 200,000. The percentage fee per transaction remains the same. You accommodate nobody else. K.
So, he was testing me. I didn't like it. It felt manipulative. I was done being manipulated. But could we afford to refuse his business? No, we couldn't. Instead of replying, I closed the email and stared at the blank Google search page. I was so tempted to use it. All I had to do was type in my family's name or my husband's name, and I knew there would be information flowing through the web browser. I had so many questions, but I knew they wouldn't bring me any good answers, nor any peace. Curiosity killed the cat, Grace. I needed to remember that. "What are you doing, sitting in the dark, staring at your laptop?" Ella's voice startled me, and I almost dropped my laptop. Damn it, you scared the crap out of me. I looked behind me to find Ella leaning against the door. "You're home early." She shrugged her shoulders. I just wasn't in the mood to listen to the Italian accent tonight. I see. In Ella's language, it meant she was homesick. Maybe I was too, hence the trip down memory lane. She came around and sat down on the other chair. I handed her my glass of wine and she took it, gulping it down. "What's going on?" she questioned after emptying the glass. I checked my emails. Ruthless King was testing us with that 5th transaction. Her brows frowned in confusion. I don't know what it is about. He wants us to do exclusive transactions for him over the next 6 months, no more than 3 a month. Weird. Yes. I didn't reply. Are you going to refuse? I shook my head. No, but maybe we can renegotiate a higher fee if we are exclusive. Although he did offer a monthly retainer fee, too. She nodded in agreement. It doesn't hurt to ask for more. We both stared over the dark seas, the silence broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the shoreline. The smell of the sea soothed my soul, and I hoped it did the same for Ella. Some days were harder than others. Yes, we loved it here and wanted to settle down, but we still missed home sometimes. We knew we couldn't go back to the States without putting our lives at great risk. I have to tell you something, Grace. Ella's quiet voice shattered the silence. My eyes shifted to her. She sounded serious. You won't like it. As long as you're not leaving me, we'll figure out everything else. I meant it, too. Without Ella, I would have been so alone over the last 3.5 years. Duh, I'm never leaving you, she replied without hesitance. We might not be blood related, but we are sisters for life. She was right. She was more family to me than all my living blood family. She took a deep breath in and then exhaled. When I went to the main island, I checked out the U.S. news. I wouldn't scold her. Not even 30 minutes ago, I was tempted to do the same. I held my breath, waiting for whatever was to come. Your uncle filed a petition to transfer all your assets to him due to the evidence you are deceased. I stared at her, sure that I heard it wrong. What? I'm sorry, she muttered. He had evidence that I'm dead? That doesn't make any sense. Although I'd never put it past my uncle and my family to proclaim me dead to get their paws on my inheritance. My parents had enough sense to secure it all into a trust till my 25th birthday, which was coming up rapidly. I don't know, she mumbled. It pissed me off that he'd robbed you of what's yours, so I sent evidence through a secure email that you are alive, along with a picture. It wasn't the smart thing to do. She knew it, and so did I. But I understood why she did it. I would have probably done the same if our roles were reversed. After all, that inheritance belonged to my son, too. Damn, I hope it's one of the good pictures. I replied, instead of scolding her. She was beating herself up enough as it was. We locked eyes and burst into fits of giggles. It wasn't funny that my family pretty much took everything from me, and now went after the inheritance, too. But crying wouldn't help us. I sent the one from our rave party in Germany. I rolled my eyes. Okay, that one is not too bad. Turning my head back out, facing the sea, I stared at the moon's reflection against the surface of the waves. It was so peaceful in this little corner of the world. You could almost pretend the evil of this world didn't exist. But it did, lurking in the shadows. My family was a big part of it. Money, the root of all evil, but we couldn't live without it. Ella and I learned the hard way after struggling. In the first 3 months, we moved from one European city to the next every 2 weeks, scared that we would be found. We tried hard to watch our money, but unfamiliar going without, we didn't do a good job. We were both constantly tired and initially lost weight. Even with my pregnancy progressing, it felt like whatever little clothes I had, They hung loose on me. 2 girls in the big, scary world. If we were killed, nobody would have missed us. Because we were ghosts traveling with fake documents, either via train or bus, dragging from hostel to hostel, sometimes even sleeping at train stations. We kept our heads down and to ourselves. We often lost track of where we were. Sometimes I'd break down and cry at the cruelty of it all, and Ella would comfort me. Other times she'd have a meltdown, and I'd help her through it. We survived because we had each other. As the cash became frighteningly low, we started looking for jobs, anything that would help us make a little money and survive. Our limited language skills were our downfall. We even got so desperate that we tried pickpocketing. Neither one of us managed a single one successfully, so we gave that one up. But we had a little break with the last guy, Dietrich, we tried to steal from. He was a runner for a local crime gang. He cleaned their money and offered to pay us the commission if we helped him. It came down to starving and living on the streets or giving this a try. The best part was that the guy maintained he did all the laundering himself with his supplier. It didn't matter to Ella and I, as long as we got paid. It benefited us to be off everyone's radar, and it was the reason that Ella and I set up layers of security as we grew our customers. We quickly started finding our own clients. Well, criminals, if I was being honest. And we grew. We were both determined we wouldn't be hungry again or search for somewhere to sleep safely in the middle of the night. Dietrich unknowingly saved our lives. Ella and he dated for a bit. We never told him our story. But he picked up on the fact that we didn't want to be found. So, he gave us pointers on how to be invisible, how to make money on the black market, and remain hidden from suppliers. We worked hard to keep ourselves invisible, and for the first time ever, I wondered if maybe I should just let my family get their dirty paws on my inheritance. It wasn't worth my life, Mateo's, or Ella's. We didn't need millions. If I worked for Ruthless King for a few more years, we'd be settled for life. What are you thinking, Grace? I'm not sure. On one hand, I want to fight for what's mine, I admitted. But on the other hand, I don't think it's worth putting all of us in danger for it. If anyone understood, it was Ella. I agree, but it bothers me to think about him getting away with so much. Look at how many people he hurt. She was right. My uncle hurt her family, ruining them financially. All because her father refused to be a part of human smuggling with him and Benito King. Yes, her father was a dirty politician, but at least he had some scruples. I suspected my uncle had caused my parents' death, and that was barely scratching the surface. He would have killed me and Ella too, or worse. He would have sold me to satisfy my family's long-standing tradition. God knew the Romano family had a reputation to uphold as producing some of the best for their fucked-up arrangement. We didn't have any choice. We had to run away, in the dead of the night, like 2 thieves. It was either run or die. Ella and I weren't strong enough to take them all down. We've been slowly chipping away at him financially, I murmured. It's not enough, she hissed. It won't be enough till he... She cut herself off, her lip trembling. I knew she was right. If it was just me, I'd jump right in and cause havoc. I wanted to hurt my family and make them pay. But even more, I wanted Mateo safe. Just the thought of him getting anywhere close to my family rattled my bones with true terror. They wouldn't hesitate to use my son, just to get what they want. I'm sorry, Grace, she muttered. Sometimes the thirst for revenge just chokes me, and then makes me act stupid. I shook my head. You have nothing to apologize for. It is how I feel too. Especially when I think about how he almost... The words faltered, my throat constricted. The last thing I want is for them to take more advantage of me, but Matteo is more important to me than all that. But you did the right thing by sending a picture, I told her. We'll just have to be careful not to have it traced back to here. I kind of like it here. I was careful. I knew she would be. I like it here too, but it would be nice to have an option to visit back, you know? I nodded in agreement. My family was her only obstacle. We met in boarding school, our first year of high school, but I knew about Ella and her family for months beforehand. Her father was a crooked politician that crossed paths with my uncle, who made a fatal mistake in dealing with my uncle to secure a passage for his smuggling. Her father provided a state port passage, but he realized too late what it was used for. Human trafficking for Benito King. He should have asked better questions, done his homework. Instead, the idiot only saw dollar signs. When her dad started backpedaling, my uncle demanded the payment back with hefty interest. Her father didn't have the money, so he promised his daughter. But then he started running his mouth, and my uncle killed him and his wife brutally. The only reason I knew was because I eavesdropped on his conversation. So he took charge of Ella. Not out of pity or sorrow. He took her in to protect his investment. Of course, it was always us women that paid the price for men's stupidity and cruelty. We were just pawns in their stupid games. Unlike Ella, for me, even if my uncle and family that wanted me dead were eliminated, I'd still not be able to go back, because my husband wanted me dead too. But we refused to be victims and just take it. It was the reason I told Ella what I learned about her parents' death when we met. We bonded instantly, and we might have been young, naive girls, but we wouldn't be willing victims. We started researching and studying the men from the Mafia world that did business with Benito. We refused to be sitting bells waiting for our ruin. Ella and I were stronger together. If we only prepared for falling in love, too. We wanted to bring those fucking ruthless men to their knees and make them pay. But we didn't count on our hearts paying too.
Chapter 7. Luciano. Everyone was staying the fuck away from me. It suited me just fine. If only I wasn't frustrated as fuck. How hard was it to find an American woman roaming Europe with a friend? Apparently too fucking hard. Massimo, my cousin, happened to be in Italy, so I ordered him to make a stop in Germany to find any clues about my wife. He was one of the rare people that knew her and saw her, and I trusted him not to try to fuck her. That was 2 weeks ago. He went to Germany, then went back to Italy. He was due to go back to Germany again to continue. It has been 2 long weeks and nothing. He came up with nothing, not a single clue. Like she was a ghost. Luciano. My father's voice caught me in the hallway. I turned around to face him. His eyes were the same shade as mine, our facial features similar too. He was in his 70s, but my father still looked strong. The death of my mother and sister hit him hard, but his will to live spiked when I got married. Grace captured him effortlessly, regardless of her lineage and her last name. He considered her Vitale the moment he met her. The day Grace and I said our vows, he claimed her as his daughter. Despite the fact she was forced to marry me under the threat of death, she smiled at him, offering him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Our wedding, although thrown together fast, was the real deal. Yes, I had to drag her out of her room under threat of shooting the door down, but the moment we said I do, and our lips connected, our union was sealed. Marriages were forever in our world. The way he beamed on the day of our wedding, proud and happy, as if all his life goals had been achieved and he could die in peace. And though Grace bickered with me, stood up to me all the time, she played the perfect daughter-in-law to my father. There was no hiding that she actually enjoyed spending time with him. They'd sit and talk for hours, about Pa's hometown in Sicily, about plants he grew, about her friend Ella, Italian food, anything and everything. She'd play piano for him, his favorite tunes of Andrea Bocelli, Bach, Beethoven, Chopin. When I came around, she'd put her reserved walls up, not that I could blame her. She had my father's heart, without even trying from the start. She had good instincts, I'd give her that, because there was nobody I trusted more than my father. He had been my role model my entire life, taught me everything I knew. But he hasn't been happy with me lately. He hasn't said it, but I knew it. He blamed me for losing my wife, for not having children. "Father," I greeted him, "the Massimo find your wife." I should have known it was about her. Not yet. I kept my voice cool, hiding my own frustration at the delay. "What will you do if she doesn't want to come back?" I watched my old man, wondering why he would care so much about her. After all, she betrayed us. Honesty, respect, and trust were the foundation of any relationship, business or personal. He taught me that. I never told my father all that happened that day except that she betrayed our shipment location. He didn't believe it. My old father was actually on her side, defending her. After that, the only thing he told me that day was that Vitale men never let their women go, and he never taught me to be ruthless to women. By the time I went to get her, she was already gone. "She won't have a choice," I answered my father. "She is my wife, and her place is here." In our world, divorce was non-existent. It is till death do us part, literally. He nodded, pleased with my answer. I wondered what was going through his head. Without another word, he carried on to the patio and towards his garden he maintained. That garden has been his only consolation since my mother's and sister's deaths. When Grace came into the picture, she'd help him mess around in there. But since her disappearance, he kept himself busy expanding it. Grace was Papa's willing pupil when it came to his garden. It was as if he kept it going for her, waiting for her to come back. She told him she loved white lilies, so he had a whole section dedicated to white lilies and nurtured them like they were his children. I knew from the background I had Roberto, the man that worked for me for the past 13 years, run on Grace. She had never stepped foot in the garden before meeting my father. Her life was a fancy golden gilded cage from the moment she was born. Her parents had guards assigned to her even before she was born. She was treated like royalty, a combination of Astor and Romano family legacy, pretty much making her an American princess. The odd part was that for all of Grace's famous family on her mother's and father's side, there was not much in her background. Her father, while being a Romano, chose to become an ambitious political figure with the whisperings of presidential potential. Her mother was a famous opera singer that came from a wealthy family. Once her parents died in a car accident, her uncle and grandmother took her in, and information on Grace became even more scarce. For years, nobody even knew what she looked like or where she was. Once a public darling figure, she vanished like smoke. The boarding school she attended kept her secluded just as her family had done. It was Massimo that ran into her information and obtained her picture by sheer accident when he hacked into the Juilliard school. He was helping his old friend get his sister into a program there, and those two wanted to check where she stood before manipulating the results to ensure she got it. Imagine the surprise finding out that Grace Romano, the only descendant of the great Romano legacy, lived right in my backyard. Sofia and Alfonso Romano protected her like a rare treasure, keeping her out of the public eye. She was their most valuable asset. I didn't have a doubt that they trained her to be a true Romano. After all, she had proven herself when she betrayed me at the first opportunity. She threw away what we could have had, could have been, for her loyalty to her family. When she walked into my nightclub, I thought destiny brought her to my doorstep, handing her over on a silver platter to avenge the killings of my mother and sister. But now I wondered if it wasn't a trap, a well-played web thrown over me. I shook my head and swallowed the bitter pill memories kept bringing, then headed to the house exit. From here I could see my helicopter in the distance. Roberto was already there waiting for me. He wasn't family, but he had proven himself enough. He was 35 years old, 5 years younger than me, and despite his loyalty, I never brought him into my inner circle. I paid him well, but the cruelty that lurked in his eyes didn't sit well with me. Yes, it was necessary to survive this world, but even cruelty had to have limits. "How was the weather today for flying?" I asked him. "Perfect skies," he retorted. "I'll get you there safely." I nodded and got in. I could fly the helicopter myself, but usually preferred to catch up on my business on the way to the city. Our family home was an hour outside the city, although I had a large penthouse there too, and a few apartments where I used to stash the women I banged. But that was before Grace. Now they just sat empty or rented. I didn't even know since they were part of my vast real estate portfolio. It took no time to land on the roof of the skyrise building I owned in the middle of the city. I descended from the rooftop and directly into the conference room where the meeting waited to start. I nodded all around the table and sat down at the head of it, Roberto immediately to my left. Usually, that spot was reserved for Massimo, but he had a more important mission to handle, namely, hunting down my wife. It worked out well that he was in Europe already, even before I needed him to track her down. The meeting started, each department head updating me with the status. This was the legitimate side of my business, the one that allowed me into a majority of the buildings in New York. In this city, I was the ruthless king. Luciano Vitale's name was feared right along with the name of Cassio King. My phone rang, and I glanced at it. It was Massimo. "Gentlemen," I stood up. "Roberto will lead this meeting. I have to take this call." I trusted Roberto to handle this business, and I had competent people running the departments, so there was no doubt business would be handled. It didn't mean I trusted those people any more than the next person. I only hired the best, and I knew each person in this room understood their job. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Nodding at Roberto, I gave him a silent command to take care of this. His long years of service and loyalty earned him the trust to run my legitimate business. I would check the meeting minutes later, because there would never be full trust there. Whether it was my distrusting nature or the fact he wasn't family, I wasn't sure. Roberto hasn't done anything to earn that distrust. He was an orphan and considered this job, the men he worked with, part of his family. Those were his words, and God knew he had proven himself over and over again. I strode away without a backward glance. When it came to Grace, I didn't give a shit about any meetings. As long as everyone did their job and profits came in, finding my wife was the top priority right now. Once I was out of the meeting room, I strode to my office and shut the door. "Massimo." "Luciano, I need you to come to Sicily." "What the fuck are you doing in Sicily?" I growled. "You're supposed to be looking for my wife in Germany." I would kill him myself. Once he came back, I'd strangle him with my bare hands. "There's a woman here. I think it might be her." A deep exhale came over the line. "I just happened to be roaming the street, meeting an old friend, and this woman caught my eye. I think it's her."
Luciano, you're staring.
Her soft voice resonated in my chest and my brain. My chest tightened, but I willed it to harden. Her could only be one woman. Grace, my wife. Are you sure? None of my men have been able to find her for the past 3.5 years. I didn't want another false alarm. No, I'm not, but she sure reminds me of her. Where in Sicily? Of all the places in the world, I never expected her to hide in Sicily. It was where my parents were from. She lives in Favignana, but I spotted her in Cefalù. Cefalù was the hometown where both of my parents were born. Maybe hiding in plain sight worked too well for her. What made you look there? Actually, I wasn't looking. Your father asked me to check on your aunt, he explained. I was here already anyhow, so before I went to Germany, I made a stop. She told me there were 2 American girls living here for the past 9 months. I didn't think anything of it. But then when I was meeting an old friend, he pointed the woman out. It fucking looked like her, so I followed her. I have been following her for the past 2 weeks, wanting to make sure. I went to Germany for 2 days, but nobody from that festival knew anything about any American girls. Then I came back again, and fuck, I think it is them. I'm pretty sure Grace is here with her friend Ella. I stared out the window, silence stretching over the phone. I could still see her violet blue eyes staring at me in fear, the tears streaming down her face. It couldn't be helped. It had to be done. Bring her back, I told him in a hard tone. A heartbeat of silence. There's something else too, Luciano. What? There is a kid. I think it is hers. Locals wouldn't divulge too much, but I'm told the baby is hers. Bitterness slithered through my veins like poison. Grace had a baby while still married to me? Anger and jealousy tasted like acid. Fuck, what did I expect? I knew she'd move on. She was a beautiful girl, and I was sure she'd turn into a beautiful woman. Men's gazes always lingered after her. Her ginger hair, her eyes like the deepest sapphires, and her body that brought men to their knees. Maybe it is not her, my reason whispered. Once we started sleeping together, she told me she didn't want kids, not for a while. I wanted them right away, but considering she was barely 21, and I uprooted her whole life, I agreed to wait. It was the least I could do. Change of plans. Don't approach them. It was foolish to have Massimo cause trouble for no reason if the woman wasn't even Grace. This was how much that fucking woman messed with my brain. Even just the thought of her made me make irrational moves. I'll be there tomorrow morning to confirm it's her, I told him. I left, shooting a quick message to Roberto to handle the rest of the meeting. I stood at the corner of the street. I'd been on the island for the past 24 hours and my patience was running thin. I hadn't seen the woman nor the child. For whatever reason, the routine that the woman had for the days that Massimo watched her went out the window, as if she knew I was here. It was a charming little home. Nothing extravagant, a little stone villa with a yard and open view to the sea. Grace grew up surrounded by luxury weighted on hand and foot. This place was the opposite of everything she was used to. I was starting to suspect Massimo had mistaken someone else for Grace. The garden gate opened, and a woman came out. She had a baseball hat on, black shorts, and a white racer tank top. A ponytail looped through her baseball hat, and I silently cursed. What the fuck was Massimo thinking? This woman's hair was nothing like Grace's. Grace had a thick mane of wavy ginger hair, and this woman had smooth brown hair. I ground my teeth at disappointment. I was getting tired chasing after my wife all over the globe. I was just tired, period. My eyes traveled over the woman's body, and I couldn't help but admire her curves. Her skin was the color of light golden tan, like she spent a lot of time in the sun. But underneath that barely there tan, you could tell she had a fair complexion. She was a beautiful young woman, with a similar build as my wife. She stuffed her headphones into her ear, then stretched her legs. They were long and toned. The hat was pulled down far on her forehead, and I wished I could see her face that was hidden by the hat. A minute of stretching, and she took off into a light jog. I watched her till she disappeared from the view, a sinking feeling heavy in my stomach. Where are you, Grace? The silent question lingered on my lips. I would find her eventually. She couldn't hide from me forever. Before my life was over on this earth, I'd find her. Fuck. I'd bury myself into her and inhale her scent, drown in her stunning eyes. Her betrayal didn't diminish my need for her. Not one fucking bit. I headed back to the house Massimo had rented for the week. Fucking waste of time. I would catch this afternoon's ferry off the island. Just as I was getting ready to enter the gate of our own residence, I saw the woman again jogging along the beach. Her body was covered in a light sweat. Although there was a light breeze coming off the sea, the temperature was already rising. It tended to stay warm in these parts till late October, and the winters were mild. My eyes lingered on the jogger, and I couldn't tear my gaze away from her. Her body soft, despite the physical exercise that she obviously put her body through. She raised her hand and waved. I followed the direction of her greeting and saw her waving at the ice cream shop owner. Definitely not Grace. She would never socialize with people outside of her circle. Gabriella was her only friend, and both of them kept their circle small. In fact, Grace hated being the center of attention anywhere and everywhere, and most of all, she hated physical exercise. I entered the house with a bitter taste in my mouth. "Did you see her?" It was Massimo's greeting to me. He was sure that was her. "That's not her," I told him, heading for the little minibar. It was barely 9 in the morning, but I needed a stiff one. The look of disbelief on his face was almost comical, if it wasn't for the heavy lead in my stomach and agitation. "Fuck, I was sure that was her," he muttered. "And that friend of hers, both of them." I didn't see her friend, but the woman I saw couldn't be Grace nor her friend. I strode over to the balcony overlooking the sea. My wife's fucking eyes were haunting me. Everything about her was taunting me, reminding me of what I could have had. If only I hadn't fallen for one Romano. We were catching the first ferry in the afternoon. That's at 3 p.m. It couldn't be fucking soon enough. I needed to get back to business, bringing down the Romano family. Several hours later, Massimo loaded our luggage into the car. We sat in the back of the convertible, waiting for the damn driver to get moving. I felt the tension itching my skin, the pressure of the day ready to explode. It was all her fault. She had the worst effect on me. The driver finally decided to get a move on. He drove so slowly I might as well have walked to the damn ferry. I took a deep breath, keeping a lid on my temper. It wasn't his fault I couldn't locate my wife. Until the latest stunt her uncle pulled, trying to proclaim her dead and getting all Grace's inheritance, I was convinced her family was financing her hideout. Otherwise, there was no way she could have survived on the run for that long, and with a friend at that. But now I wasn't so sure. Now I questioned everything. Goddamn woman. We approached the ice cream shop by the beach and my eyes traveled over the few guests sitting there. I spotted the jogger from this morning right away. She didn't have a baseball hat anymore, but I'd recognize that body anywhere. Her back was to us, leaned against the stone flower bed, speaking with a few women, and the old man who I guessed must be the ice cream shop owner. She wore a light white summer-thinned strap dress, her thick brown hair falling down her back in a soft, shining curtain. "Damn, I was sure that was her," Massimo muttered under his breath, spotting her. "Different hair, but—" The driver stopped at the crosswalk to allow pedestrians to cross. I hated that I kept staring at the woman. I had sunglasses on, so at least it wasn't visible. There was just something about her that was captivating. No other woman besides Grace ever captured my attention like this. One of the other women spoke vividly, like there was a fucking mime show going on. Curiosity had me watching her like a hawk, eager to see at least part of her face. Her arms twisted behind her back, her right hand wrapping around her left wrist, stretching her back. I narrowed my gaze. It was something Grace used to do. The driver shifted the gear into drive. "Stop," I ordered him. The woman was completely oblivious to anyone but her friend speaking to her. The words of an Italian woman with a heavy accent traveled over, her hands up in the air. I had no idea what she said, but the young jogger threw her head backwards, and a melodious laugh traveled over the sea-fragrant breeze to me, and my heart froze. "What is it, Luciano?" Massimo asked. "Wait," I told him. I waited for another sound from her. I just needed to hear a word leave those lips, hear her voice, and I'd know for sure. Massimo and I sat in the car, in the middle of the road by the ice cream shop, but nobody seemed to care. This place was so small, there was not even a need for a car. Another melodious laughter. "Mama, Mama!" A child's voice reached over, but I kept my eyes locked on the woman. I refused to blink, worried I'd miss a clue, like it was a life or death situation. The woman turned her head in the direction of the little boy's voice, and that's when I saw her. That fair, creamy skin, with a light tan and luscious lips curved in happiness.
"Hey, baby!"
she exclaimed, and ran towards the little boy. A wide smile spread on that beautiful face. Her profile, her mouth, that nose. Fuck. It was her. It's her. My voice strained. Fuck. Maybe it shook for a second too, but I kept my eyes glued on her form. There was no way I'd let her out of my sight now. She colored her ginger red hair into a rich brown. I didn't like it. Scratch that, I hated it. But her voice, her smile, her face, they were all still there. She looked radiant, happy. The smile on her lips used to be the one she gave me. She used to smile only at me like that, but not anymore. She was at the boy's side in a few quick strides and picked him up into the air, while he giggled happily, spreading his hands wide open. "Mama!" he squealed. The boy couldn't be older than 3, maybe 2. The anger and bitterness swelled inside me. I had never felt hatred like this, and I fucking hated her uncle, hated her family. But this was different, even more personal. It was hate mixed with regret and another feeling I wasn't willing to analyze. Grace's happy laugh carried over to us. Everyone's eyes were on them, smiling. They all knew her. The little boy had a beach hat on that hid his face from my sight. I wondered if he looked like his mother, had her eyes. I reluctantly had to admit that my wife was even more beautiful now than when I met her. The naive and scared young woman of barely 21 was gone, and in her place was a beautiful woman that took your breath away. And I still wanted her. Even seeing her with a child by another man, I needed her like the oxygen I breathed. Well, I'll have to suffocate that need, by any means necessary.
"Hey, woman! I want a happy greeting like that too."
I recognized her best friend. She changed her hair too. Grace chuckled softly.
"Oh, Ella, I missed you, baby."
A burst of laughter echoed, carrying on the breeze, mixing with ocean waves. All three of them seemed happy, truly happy. The memory of that last time I saw my wife played on repeat in my mind. The look of finality in her eyes as I pulled the trigger and then sent her away. It looked like she got over it pretty damn quick.
Who wants to go to the beach?
Grace's soft voice teased. It was even softer than I remembered. Her happy laughter mixed with the sound of the waves, the smell of the sea salt air in the breeze. It would forever remind me of my own bitterness and loss.
Io,
The boy beamed.
Mama, giù.
He demanded to be put down.
First, my kisses.
She showered kisses on the boy's belly and he wiggled. It felt like being stabbed over and over again in the sweetest agony.
Mama, giù.
He demanded, giggly. Little boy's bossy. The ice cream shop owner yelled over to my wife with a wide smile. Must be like his papa. Grace glanced in the direction of the old man and smiled.
No, he's better than his papa.
Who is the boy's father? The boy put his chubby hands on Grace's face, and she kissed his palms one at a time.
Gelato.
He demanded.
He's turning into an Italian.
Ella, her best friend, came up to both of them as Grace put the boy onto his feet.
He's speaking more Italian than English.
Grace chuckled.
Seems appropriate since we are in Italy. Come on, Ella. Let's go get a gelato.
Ella groaned.
Ugh, not you too.
Grace laughed happily.
Don't worry. It's one of the few words I know.
She turned her eyes to her son.
So, gelato, then spiaggia?
Grace playfully shoved her shoulders against her friend, and she uttered the word beach in Italian. I exited the vehicle, Massimo right behind me. I stepped forward. Massimo stood firm behind me. Each step I took closer to my wife, excitement and anger mixed in my blood. Fancy seeing you here, wife, I greeted her in a cold voice. Her eyes, even bigger and deeper than I remembered them, snapped to me, startled. Actually, startle was too mild of a word. I scared the living shit out of her. Her eyes were wide with fear, and she paled until I thought she'd pass out. We stared at each other. Her lips slightly parted, but no words came. Her eyes darted around, her breathing quickening, all the signs of her happiness gone. Seconds ticked into minutes, and the sounds of waves crashing against the shore, so symbolically mirroring the increasingly crushed expression on her face. Her son, how it grated me to even think of her having someone's son, started crying, and it was what finally woke her from her stupor. She quickly faced him and started cooing at him.
Shh. It's okay.
Her eyes returned to me, watching me with a guarded expression. She picked up the boy off the ground and sat him on her hip. Don't I even get a hello, wife? I mocked her. She pressed her lips into a thin line, her eyes turning darker. Her violet eyes were always her telltale. She couldn't hide her emotions.
Hello.
Even mad, her voice sounded soft.
Can it be a goodbye now, too?
I chuckled without amusement. I don't think so. She closed her eyes briefly, took a deep breath and then exhaled, as if she was desperately searching for an ounce of patience.
What do you want?
You're going back home with me.
No.
I remembered the time when she was too scared to stand up to me. Yes, she bickered with me, but never outright stood up to me. It was so different now. She dismissed my presence, turning her back to me and started walking away, pulling Ella along with her free hand. Poor woman. She stood frozen, immobile, staring at us in shock. Massimo and I followed behind. Grace's steps away from us were rushed, but she couldn't get away. Her son peeked over her shoulder at me. My breath stuck in my lungs. His big eyes stared at me curiously, and I resented him. "Grace," I started.
Don't talk to me.
She hissed. "It's time to go home." She whirled around.
You are taking me nowhere.
She spat her words.
I want you nowhere near me or my son. Do you understand?
I grabbed her by her arm, my fingers digging into her flesh hard. I knew her fair skin complexion would bruise from my firm touch. I didn't fucking care. "You have no say in it, wife," I smirked, my lips curving into a cruel smile and my voice cold. "You've played long enough."
Chapter 8. Grace. My heart thundered wildly, blood rushing into my ears and my brain. I had to calm down so I could think clearly. I had never expected to see Luciano again. I never wanted to see him again. Just like before, his eyes took my breath away. They were bewitching, and each time I gazed into them, oxygen would get caught in my lungs. Those eyes of rich, dark cognac mixed with colors of the forest, and those damn eyelashes, the envy of every woman. They were thick and black surrounding those stunning eyes. Those eyes only gave a hint of the predator he was. A beast full of power and danger that could kiss you one second and snap your neck the next. His hand firmly squeezed my arm in his grip, his inked fingers searing my skin. "Let go of me," I hissed, hating how his touch warmed my skin. I held on to my son, keeping him close to me. I didn't want to alarm him. I wanted him to have a safe and happy life, full of joy, not angry words. "And don't ever touch me again." He lost that right a long time ago, and I would never give it to him again. I fell for him and he broke my heart, pulled a trigger like I was nobody, nothing. There was no forgiving that. Surprisingly, Luciano's hand fell down. I turned to Ella, and we shared a look. Yes, it shocked me to run into Luciano. I didn't think we'd ever cross paths again, but we weren't stupid. We always prepared for the worst. Every town we stayed at, we had a contingency plan. "Take the baby," I told Ella. Yes, calling Matteo, who was almost 3, a baby was stretching it, but he'd always be my baby. "Go ahead toward the house." I accented the last word, and she knew what I meant. "I'll be right behind you." I leaned over to give her my son. Swallowing hard, I murmured to him, "It's okay, baby. Go with Ella. Mommy will be right behind you."
Gelato.
He pouted.
Mama, voglio gelato.
"Yes, in a minute." The lie was bitter on my tongue. "Go with Ella, and then we'll do that." He reluctantly let go, and I nodded to Ella. She started walking away from us in the opposite direction of the ice cream shop, and I hoped my son wouldn't decide today, of all days, to throw a tantrum. I watched them go, and then turned back to Luciano. My husband, I thought bitterly. There wasn't a bigger regret in my life than him. My eyes traveled to Massimo. I couldn't stand either one of them. If I never saw a single member of Luciano's family, it would be too soon. Well, except Luciano's father. He was always good to me and caring. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I told him, folding my arms over my chest. My eyes studied my estranged husband. He was just as handsome as I remembered, the arrogance and ruthlessness written all over his features. His thick, dark hair looked soft, just as I knew it was, and those smoldering hazel eyes could once upon a time make me weak in my knees. You'd think those eyes would clash against his tanned skin, but they drew you in even more. There was a hint of ink above his crisp shirt collar, and I knew it snaked down his tanned chest, down his arms, and over his hands. Those tattoos were equally beautiful and intimidating. For all intents and purposes, my husband was a gorgeous man. If only he wasn't such an asshole. He gave me one of those arrogant smiles I hated so much. What I wouldn't give to slap that arrogant expression off his face and knee him in the family jewels and watch those lips curve into a painful grimace. Those lips were made for sinning, and he knew exactly how to use them. For good and evil.
Oh, but I think you will come with me.
He sounded so damn sure of himself, I hated his guts. No, I won't, I replied. My voice sounded sure, but truthfully, I was anything but sure. We have nothing to say to each other. He watched me pensively.
We have some business to finish up.
I didn't have a damn clue what he was talking about. I wanted nothing to do with him. You can come along to my place, I answered him calmly, and we can debate what it is you think I'll be doing. I assure you, though, there is no business between you and I.
But there is.
He had spoken calmly, a hint of a threat in his voice.
Besides, you are my wife. Until that status is changed, you'll do as I say.
You can hope. And while you're at it, please hold your breath, I hissed. I suggest you pay your driver, and we can debate how to end this at my place one street over. We stared at each other, animosity in both of us. I hoped I hid it better than him, but I was pretty sure I was an open book. It was interesting how that battle of wills that started on the first day we met continued as if no years passed by. We stood there, neither willing to budge for what seemed like hours, although it was mere seconds, maybe a minute, tops. Finally, he nodded and turned to go to his car. Massimo glanced my way, then went after Luciano, whispering something under his breath. I didn't give a shit what they were saying. I watched, waited, till they were far enough to give me some headway. I thanked God and all the saints that I decided to wear my white chucks instead of sandals. I turned on my heel and started running.
Son of a bitch.
I heard my husband yell behind me.
Grace.
I continued running, not bothering to glance back. I couldn't afford to lose a single second. I heard them in the distance, but I was at an advantage. I turned left, that would take me to my house, but knowing those two, they probably already knew where we lived. Right after taking the left, I took the first alley and a shortcut to get to the street parallel to this one. Once I was there, I kept running, looking for a cab. I flagged a driver and jumped in. Ferry, veloce, fast. He nodded and rushed through the streets. My phone beeped, and I glanced at it. Made it. Relief washed over me, giving me extra hope. I kept glancing over the familiar streets for the two unwelcome figures, but I never saw them. I hoped we wouldn't see them again. 10 minutes later, we were at the ferry, and I gave the driver a $50 euro, then jumped out of the cab and ran towards the ferry. My eyes scouted for the two familiar faces, and the moment I spotted them, I rushed towards them. You made it, Ella murmured, relieved. Her face was pale, her lip trembling. I took my son Matteo into my arms, placing gentle kisses on his forehead. Yes, we need to catch the first flight out of this country. I hated leaving and starting all over, but we had no choice. It made me resent my husband even more. Why couldn't he have just stayed in his stupid world and ruled his cursed empire? Instead, he had to destroy everything in his path.
Mama.
Matteo called out to me. I took his small hand into mine, and I placed a kiss on the palm of his little hand. I would never allow Matteo to be touched by that world. Shh. Bitterness swelled inside me. Now, we had to uproot Matteo and start a whole new life. I loved our life on this little island with people that acted like family. We need to get to Palermo International Airport. All our emergency travel documents and travel bags are kept there. She knew that too. Thankfully, we could access our money from anywhere in the world. We wouldn't go hungry without money, food, or a way to afford shelter. Right now, we just had to get out of here. Ella nodded. It tore at my insides to drag us to another start. Ella, are you sure you want to come along? You'll be safer if you stay behind. No. Her answer was firm, the determination written all over her face. We stick together. We do this together. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I was holding. I wouldn't have blamed her if she wanted to stay behind, but it felt good having her by my side. Thank you, I muttered. She had been more than family for as long as we've known each other. We stood on the deck of the ferry, watching the island that was our home for the past year get smaller and smaller. This place had been our longest residency since we left the States. The wind swept through the upper deck, blowing our hair wildly, and along with it, our little happy life. Do you think this will work? Ella kept glancing around. She was scared, just as much as I was. If Luciano dragged us back home, we'd be doomed. We escaped our fates once. I wasn't sure if we'd succeed again. Despite my worries, I nodded in answer. Words stuck in my throat. It had to work.
Chapter 9. Luciano. I had to admire my wife's resourcefulness. I couldn't remember the last time someone slipped through my fingers and got this far. Oh wait, yes I could. It was my wife then too. The last time she disappeared, her family smuggled her out of the country without a trace. She vanished right out from under my nose. I had to get my connection in the police to get me off the island and have them follow her discreetly from the moment she stepped foot off that ferry. One thing Grace didn't know was that I had connections to pretty much all the authorities in Sicily. I watched her with passport in hand and a carry-on bag, her son in her arms. Her friend had a carry-on bag too. I was curious to know where they kept their stuff, since they never went back to their house. I couldn't help but be a little impressed. My wife was prepared in the event I ever found her. She had come a long way from being my naive, trusting wife. However, I wouldn't repeat the mistake and let her slip through my fingers. If I had to chain her to me, I would. Or even better, maybe her son. Because I knew without a doubt she would never leave without him. He would be my leverage. Your plane is ready, Mr. Vitale. Good. I headed towards my wife, with Massimo and Mario, one of my local bodyguards, and 2 police officers. She was ready to board a plane for South Africa. Fucking South Africa. What did she think she'd do in South Africa? Yeah, never gonna happen. I strode towards her, coming up right behind her. Even now, I admired her graceful back as she held her son in her arms. Going somewhere, wife? I asked her in a mocking tone, towering right behind her. She jumped, a startled whimper leaving her mouth. She turned around to face me, her son wrapped in her arms, watching back and forth between his mother and me. I watched her face pale a few shades again, her eyes filled with terror and surprise. It seemed to be her only response to me. She feared me, as she should. I should have felt regret, sorrow, but I didn't. I felt nothing but satisfaction that I got her. She was going to fucking leave me like dust behind her. Without a backward glance, now that I had her, she wouldn't have a chance to escape. She'd be under my clutches till I was done with her. My plane is ready, I told her, my voice cold and unwavering. You will be boarding with us.
No.
That was twice in a day she refused me. You don't have a choice.
I'll make a scene,
She threatened, her eyes darting around the airport. You can, But it won't matter, I warned her. The police here work for me. Make a scene and I'll throw you over my shoulder, then carry you onto my plane. Or even better, I'll take your kid and leave you behind. She knew I was serious. I wasn't in the habit of making empty threats.
We don't want to go anywhere with you,
She hissed. I don't give a shit about what you three want, but I know you are coming with me. Or maybe I'll drag your kid with me and allow you to follow like a dog. Her eyes flashed in anger and hate.
Asshole,
She muttered. I watched her weigh all her possibilities, her facial expression changing. The moment she resigned herself to the realization she had no other choice, I could see it in her eyes. I smirked. It took her long enough. But resignation wasn't the only thing lingering in her violet gaze. There was fury and detest in there too. Pure hate. I would know. After all, I was intimately familiar with the feeling.
Fine,
She spat out. She shared a glance with Ella, then a quick nod by my wife. Those two would give us problems, I had no doubt about it.
But Ella stays with us the entire time, even when we get back to the States.
I should tell her no. She doesn't get to set rules. I wanted to punish her, make her regret ever going against me.
If not, you might as well kill us all now.
My wife added in a false bravado. There was a hint of fear in it, but also something telling me she meant it. Fine, she can stay with us. Fuck. Did those words just leave my mouth? She'd always had this effect on me, made me want to do right by her, till she burned me and stabbed me in the back.
Thank you.
Her gratitude surprised me. I didn't expect it, probably didn't deserve it either. Her voice was small, and she tore her gaze away from me and gave her friend a small nod in silent agreement. I could always take the offer back, I assured myself. It wasn't as if I owed my wife anything. We strode towards the gate that would take us outside into my own private plane. Mario led the way, the two women after him, with Massimo and I following behind. I wouldn't risk her escaping again. I watched my wife's rigid back as she walked in front of me. Her son kept peeking over her shoulder at me. He didn't look anything like his mother. He babbled something to his mother, and Grace's posture immediately changed.
In a little bit.
She murmured softly to his unknown question. The loud engine of the airplanes was the only noise surrounding us while we walked toward the steps of my plane, Vitale Enterprise. My wife's step faltered, and she stopped right before taking the first step. I saw desperation and tears glistening in her breathtaking eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Always so stubborn. Ella was halfway up. Seeing Grace falter, she paused too. The two friends locked their eyes, unspoken words but understanding in them. She turned to face me.
Why do we need to come?
I jerked my head at Massimo to let him know to keep going. I could handle my wife. He climbed up the stairs and nudged her friend into the plane. First, because you are my wife, I told her.
I want a divorce.
She cut me off. I ground my molars to keep my cool.
Leave us here. I know you said divorce doesn't happen in your world, but annulment does.
No.
Why?
Because I need something from you first. I need to fuck you out of my system and bring down your entire family. I kept those words wisely to myself. And in order to get an annulment, your physical presence is needed in the U.S. Fuck. I hoped that was true. I was making shit up as I went. Her eyebrows scrunched as she processed my words.
All our possessions are here.
She muttered.
All my son's toys. Everything.
We locked gazes.
You could leave us so we can at least pack properly.
God, she really thought I was an idiot. She'd disappear, and it would take me another 3 years to find her if I was lucky. No. I already have one of my local men packing up your stuff. It should be right behind us. She let out an exasperated sigh.
I'll give you whatever you want.
My cock stirred to life at her offer to give me whatever I wanted. If she only knew.
I'll sign any paperwork, tell you anything. Please, Luciano. Leave us here.
You are starting to piss me off, Grace. I gritted instead. She was so good at tearing down my control. I was half tempted to bend her over right here and fuck her. But her son was in her arms. Fuck. Get on the plane.
Ero, Mama?
Her son babbled. She took a deep, resigned breath.
Yep, plane.
I placed my hand on her lower back and nudged her up the stairs. She quickly smacked my hand away.
I got it. Thank you.
Lovely. She couldn't even stand my touch, and I was ready to pounce on her. Years of jerking off with only images of my wife to help me find release finally caught up to me. This homecoming was worse than I could have imagined. The second she entered the cabin, Ella quickly stood up and headed her way.
Are you okay?
Grace nodded, her lips pressed tightly together. If looks could kill, my dear wife would have had me dead already.
Hello, Mr. Vitale.
The stewardess greeted us.
Would you and your guests like some drinks?
Yes, thank you. The usual. I would need to get drunk to survive this transatlantic flight with my wife on board. Otherwise, I might drag her into the back of the plane by her hair and fuck her senseless.
And you ladies?
She asked our guests. Grace and Ella just shook their heads.
And who are you?
The stewardess cooed at Grace's son.
Would you like some milk or juice?
The boy looked from the stewardess to his mother, questions in his eyes.
Whichever you want, Matteo.
She murmured. I covered my surprise. Matteo was my father's name. Not that she called my father by his first name. Initially, she kept calling him Mr. Vitale, and gradually changed it to Dad. It must be a coincidence. Matteo was a very common name in Italy. Was that the name of the boy's father?
Succo.
Matteo answered the stewardess. She looked in confusion at Grace and then me. He'll have juice, I told her. Grace turned her back to me, and then headed with Ella and her son to the furthest corner of the plane and sat themselves there. Massimo and I shared a look. It didn't matter. It wasn't as if they could run anywhere, unless they planned to jump out of the plane. The stewardess was back with all our drinks.
I brought you two ladies some water, just in case.
She told Grace and Ella.
Thanks.
They both murmured, taking the bottled water. I couldn't help but watch my wife. She seemed different somehow. More confident, stronger, more beautiful. Although that hair would have to go. I loved her natural hair color. Not that it should matter to me at all. The moment she had another man's child, our marriage was history. No. The moment you pulled the trigger, your marriage was history. I shoved my conscience away. I didn't need it, didn't want it. She wanted an annulment. I should want it too. She meant nothing to me. Then why did it bother me to think of her marrying someone else? It would be the only reason she would want a divorce or annulment. The whole marriage with her started wrong. The means for revenge against her family. And that need for revenge wasn't gone. I would use her for revenge and to drag her back into my bed. I had to get her out of my system somehow. I watched her with her son as the plane ascended into the air, murmuring soft words to him I couldn't hear. I recalled how she insisted on not having kids during those short months we were married. She certainly didn't mind having a child with another man right away. I wanted to hunt him down and slice his throat for daring to touch something that wasn't his. Fuck, I wanted to torture the man nice and long and see light extinguish from his eyes, forever seeing my woman flush with orgasm. The bitterness in my veins was like poison. Her fingers stroke her son's hair softly, her whisper soft. I watched the boy's eyes droop, and the moment we were up in the air, he fell asleep, his head on his mother's lap. I turned my gaze away, grinding my teeth. Instead, I caught Massimo watching Gabriella. He had a crush on her before they disappeared. I imagined he probably still did. Yeah, good luck with that. I would have to assign Roberto to keep an eye on the women, although that didn't sit well with me either. Grace was a beautiful woman, and Roberto didn't have a woman. He knew if he even thought of touching her, he'd be a dead man. I trusted Massimo unconditionally. He was family, a true blood relative. But he would think with his dick. So would I. We needed someone with no skin in the game to keep an eye on them, so they wouldn't slip through our fingers again. Although I refused to look my wife's way for the rest of the trip, I sensed her the entire time. I could hear the two of them speaking in hushed voices, and I had no doubt they were planning an escape.
Chapter 10. Grace. I sensed Luciano's eyes on me, but I worked hard to ignore him. Even when he wasn't looking at us, I knew he kept watch. He said he needed something from me. I wondered what it was. One thing I knew for sure. I was sick and tired of being a pawn in everyone's struggle for power. By pulling Ella, Matteo, and I back into his world, he put our lives in danger. It made me hate him even more. Do you think it was my email with a photo that gave us away? Ella murmured under her breath. I wondered how he found us too. We were so careful. Just a few days ago, I thought about him, and here he was. Maybe it was my warning, and I ignored it. Didn't I feel like someone was watching me the other day at the market? Now I knew for sure someone did. I should have packed us up and made us move that day. Instead, I ignored my instinct. God, I hope we get out of this alive. Finally, I shrugged my shoulders. I didn't want Ella beating herself up about this. I don't think so. It doesn't really matter. We both spoke in whispers. We'll just keep out of his way. He said he needed something from me, and in order to get an annulment, I had to be in the States. Ella's mouth just about dropped. He'll give it to you? I guess he wants it too. I don't really care, as long as I get it. What do you think he wants? I wished I knew. Not knowing made me anxious and blind. I couldn't afford to be blind when it came to Luciano, nor anyone else. What about your family? That was my biggest fear. Yes, I feared Luciano, but I feared my family more. I need a plan to get us out of Luciano's clutches and to keep Matteo off my family's radar. How? I brushed my fingers across his forehead, moving the little strands of hair out of his face. I don't know. Should we tell him? I knew what she was asking. If I told Luciano that Matteo was his, he'd protect him. But I was scared of losing my son. I couldn't lose him. He was my everything. I wished I knew what the right thing to do was. I wanted to keep my son protected and with me at all costs. Did that make me selfish? Maybe. But I needed my son. He was my reason for fighting to survive. Besides, Luciano hated the Romano blood so much, I kept telling myself not to entrust my son to him. Not yet, I murmured. I just need a plan. By dragging us back to the States, Luciano was putting us all right back in the middle of the war between his family and mine. I refused to allow my son and my best friend to be pawns. Nobody would use us ever again. As far as I was concerned, they could all kill each other. I couldn't care less. Well, except his dad. Although his father hated my family too. But he never transferred that hate to me. If anything, he was extra nice. I never understood why Luciano hated my family so much. I gathered they did something to him, but I could never get an answer. I figured it must be about money. That was all that mattered to my grandmother and my uncle. And God knew Luciano did some horrible shit for money. I saw it firsthand. Drug trafficking and money laundering. Why did he need it when he was rich as fuck? Between him and Cassio King, they owned most of the real estate in New York. Luciano owned casinos in New Jersey and Connecticut too. Wasn't that enough? I raised my eyes, risking a glance at my husband. Our gazes met, and shudders ran through my body. It's just disgust. I lied to myself. God, I hated him. I hated everything about him. We landed at JFK International, and I debated if somehow I could alert security or the Border Patrol to help us and get us out of my husband's clutches. We exited the plane, and Luciano already had extra men waiting for us, along with his armored vehicles. If he wouldn't work with criminals, he wouldn't need this shit. But I kept those thoughts to myself. I glanced around, hoping someone would come and take our passports. Ella's, Mateo's, and my traveling documents were falsified. We left the country with fake documentation too, but we discarded them the first chance we had in Europe. Our first purchase in Europe was new identities. When I gave birth to Mateo in northern Italy, on the military base, I used my real name so I could ensure there was a record of my son. But I already had a new identity established for him too, so when Ella snuck me out of the hospital 2 hours after giving birth, we were on our way to Portugal. We stuck to EU countries to ensure we moved under the radar. Crossing borders was always my biggest fear. Yes, we invested a lot of money into our new identification, but neither Ella nor I were experts. I couldn't tell the difference between a good fake travel document and a bad one. But I should have known that Luciano would bribe whoever, so we'd never have to go through any security or border patrol.
Oh, wife, you look so disappointed.
He taunted me as we all crammed into a large vehicle, his guards packing 2 vehicles in front of us and behind us. He probably knew exactly what I hoped for.
There will be nobody to check your travel documents. Don't worry. I wouldn't let my wife get put in federal prison for traveling on falsified documentation.
Ex-wife. I barely choked out.
Not yet.
His cold gaze was on me, chilling me to the bone, and the smile on those sinful lips was cruel. Still, that sweet spot between my thighs throbbed. I tried to justify to myself it was deprivation. My body would react like this to any man. The last time I had sex was with him, the day he pressed his gun onto my temple. It was only natural that my body finally wanted a release. Though I suspected I was lying to myself. Maybe I am just plain stupid. Only a stupid woman would feel any fucking tingling on her pussy at seeing a man that played Russian roulette with a gun against her skull. There was nothing natural about this. My body should be repulsed by him. He put a fucking gun to my forehead and would have killed me. He pulled the trigger. And the only reason I lived was because of some sheer dumb luck. I fucking hated him. My husband, my uncle, my grandmother were all competing for the first spot on my hate list. I should kill all 3 of them. At least I was smart enough to learn some defense skills over the last few years, and I learned how to use a gun. Maybe it will come in handy. I thought to myself. And I could rid this world of 3 parasites. But even as I thought that, I knew having Luciano's blood on my hands would shatter me. I could never look my son in the eyes if I murdered his father, regardless if he deserved it or not. I hate his guts.
Mamma, ho fame.
Matteo's voice pulled me from my hate tantrum. I blinked my eyes, looking at my son. What?
Ho fame.
He whined. I glanced at Ella in exasperation, but I knew she didn't understand him either. I had to learn Italian. What kind of mother doesn't understand her son? Matteo, in English, please. I felt like shit asking him to say it in English. I should know my son.
He's hungry.
Luciano chimed in, and the fact that he could understand my son and I couldn't made me hate him more. I dug through my bag, but before I could pull out a snack for him, Luciano handed Matteo a Kinder Bueno. My son's eyes got big, and before I could even open my mouth to reprimand Luciano for giving a kid chocolate to sate his hunger, Matteo was tearing into it, struggling to open it. His eyes met mine, begging me to open it. I took it with a sigh and opened it for him. Just 1 bar, I told him. We'll have lunch or dinner once we get to our I cut my word off. I almost said prison, but that would be cruel. I didn't want to put Matteo in the middle of my disagreements with Luciano. To our destination, I murmured. I refused to say home. That was not our home.
Grazie.
Matteo told Luciano, and pride swelled inside me. My son will grow up to be a good man. We'd start with his manners and end with his compassion.
Prego.
Luciano answered him. I pulled my phone out and instantly downloaded Rosetta Stone. There was no chance in hell I would ever not understand what my son was saying. Get me one too, Ella muttered under her breath, her eyes on my phone. I nodded, and once I purchased for both of us, I started the download process. I would learn perfect Italian if it was the last thing I did.
Chapter 11. Luciano. I watched Matteo devour the chocolate and held back my grin. Grace's attention was on her phone, and I could see the reflection of it in the car window. She was downloading the Rosetta Stone app. It bothered her that I could understand her son and she couldn't. The frustration was written all over her face. She was so focused on Rosetta Stone, she missed Matteo glancing his mother's way before he devoured the second chocolate bar. It wasn't pure chocolate anyhow. It was more cookie crumbs wrapped in chocolate. His eyes traveled my way, and realizing he had been caught, regret entered his eyes. I winked at him, trying to assure him his secret was safe. A smile spread over his face, and suddenly jealousy hit me. Matteo didn't look like his mother, but he had her smile. It lit up his whole face. Something in my chest shifted, cracking the hard ice my heart had become. I decidedly shut it down. It was nothing. I certainly wasn't turning soft for a boy that wasn't mine. He was just a kid, and I happened to grab the snack on my way out of the plane. The kid slept the entire flight, so I grabbed it because I wanted to make sure I didn't have a screaming kid in the car during our 2-hour drive. Glancing in his mother's direction, I watched the reflection in the glass as she shifted from her language app to her emails. She didn't know that Massimo had put a trace on her and Ella's phones. When we went through security in the airport, her and Ella's electronics were given to Massimo by the guard. It took him all of 2 minutes to add a tracing bug while Ella and Grace were being patted down to ensure they had no weapons on them. We would see everything they do on their devices and who they talk to. My lips tilted up remembering how Grace spat at the security guard.
My ex-husband is the criminal, not me.
She was pissed off they pulled her and Ella out of the line to check. Grace lifted her eyes and smiled softly the moment she saw her son's face.
Oh, Mateo, your face has chocolate smeared all over it.
The boy grinned, showing off his teeth stained with chocolate. Massimo chuckled next to me. Truthfully, I would have laughed too if not for Grace's constant glaring my way. She pulled out a baby wipe and cleaned off his face, while he kept trying to avoid it by shifting his face left and right. Did you know your uncle petitioned to have all your assets transferred to him? Her movements paused, and she stiffened at the question, but I didn't care. There was no time to waste. I would start digging till I got all my answers. Her lips pressed tight, and there was no doubt in my mind that she knew. I waited for her answer. The tension thick in the car. The vehicle could easily transport 10 people, but right now it felt too small for the 5 of us. Foolishly, I wished it was only Grace and I. If it was just the 2 of us, I'd get an answer out of her. I remembered how she caved when I touched her, her body melting under my fingertips.
Yes.
Her admission surprised me. Hell, the fact that she answered at all surprised me. Did you ask him to do that? Her eyes went to her friend and then returned back to me.
No.
Was he going to split it with you? Something crossed her face. It almost looked like fear, but she quickly composed herself.
Luciano, keep my son and me out of your damn games with my family.
She hissed in a low voice.
Whatever is going on, I am not interested to be a part of it.
You are a Romano, I told her with a smirk. You have always been part of it. The loathing in her stunning eyes should feel like a victory, a twisted, bitter victory. She sat stiffly, her hands clenching in her lap. She didn't even try to hide her contempt for me. I trapped her, and there was nowhere for her to go. Let her hate me, I thought to myself. I don't care. She'd serve my purpose once and for all. I'd get this woman out of my system and out of my head. If she was financing her uncle's activities, I'd have her broke before the week was out. There was no room for her in my life. I'd take what I want and then send her on her way. She can run back to her man, I thought bitterly. But I knew it was a lie. I'd never let her go to another man. The only way out was death.
Mama,
Her son called out to her. As she glanced at Mateo, her features instantly softened.
Yes, baby?
bene?
That kid worshipped his mother. For all I knew, he was still in diapers. Yet he was already worried about his mother.
Yes.
She pulled him into her arms and pressed a kiss against his forehead. For the rest of the trip, she ignored me. While she stared out of the window stubbornly, I couldn't help but admire her graceful, pale neck. The last time we drove together, I couldn't keep my mouth off her neck, nibbling and licking her soft skin. I wondered if she still tasted the same. My eyes roamed over her face, and I noticed exhaustion written all over it. While her son slept during our flight, she didn't. Even Ella fell asleep. But Grace remained awake, as if she kept watch, which was ridiculous. Did she think I was going to throw them all out of the plane? She probably did think that, considering how we parted ways. But what did she expect? Her family killed my mother and sister. There's no way she didn't know what her uncle and grandmother had done to them, cornered them and killed them execution style in front of my father's eyes. Even knowing what her family had done, Grace betrayed me by telling her family about my shipment. I just started to trust her, and she betrayed me at the first opportunity. My father suggested that she might have been scared of her family and was forced to betray me. But if that was the case, why didn't she just tell me? She knew I was stronger than her family. I would have protected her. Her family couldn't hurt her while she was with me. No, I didn't believe she was forced at all. We approached my property, and I sensed, more than saw, Grace tense. In fact, she was so tense, I feared she'd snap in half. The moment the car came to a halt, my father was at the entrance, eagerness and restlessness all over him. I exited the car and extended my hand to help my wife, who held on to her son for dear life. She ignored my hand and exited.
Gracie, sei venuta.
It was hard to miss the happiness in my father's voice. He gave me a nod, his face lit up like a Christmas tree.
Mia cara.
I watched my wife in shock and disbelief. Her eyes glimmered and her lower lip trembled, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. She would have been perfectly happy to kill me and not look back, but emotions reflected in her eyes as she looked at my father.
Hello, Mr. Vitale.
Her voice shook as she greeted him.
No, no.
I stared at my father, who beamed excitedly and suddenly shed 5 years off his features.
No, Mr. Vitale. Dad, see?
She gave him her soft smile and nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I loved my father. He was my idol. He taught me everything. But at this very moment, the jealousy and envy ate at me. My wife paled and ran the moment she saw me, but she smiled softly and sincerely at my father.
See, Dad.
Matteo broke the moment, and it seemed my father only now noticed that Grace held a child.
Chi è questo?
My father asked, his gaze on the boy. He would finally realize Grace was not part of this family. She was Romano.
Who is this?
He asked in English.
This is my son.
Grace murmured softly. My father gave her an odd look, and then his attention returned to Matteo. He reached his hand, and he gently took his chubby cheeks between his thumb and index finger, making him laugh. He used to do the same to me when I was a kid.
Matteo.
His eyes snapped to Grace, and I didn't have to guess what crossed his mind. It's just a coincidence, I told him in Italian. I didn't want my father to draw the wrong conclusion. He didn't need that hope in his old age when it would only get crushed sooner or later. But my father just ignored me and grinned at her.
Ah, little Matteo,
he spoke softly.
You call me Nonno.
I groaned inwardly. There would be no dissuading my father from allowing the boy to call him Nonno now. Grace barely stepped foot onto my property, and she was already conquering hearts. Damn it, I didn't need this right now. I needed to use her to bring down her family and get her into my bed till I had my fill of her. He wrapped Grace and Matteo into a hug.
Welcome home,
he murmured softly, placing a kiss on the boy's forehead. The boy grinned and rambled something that sounded half Italian, half English. My father chuckled softly.
See, Matteo, we have a beach and a pool.
He can't swim yet.
Grace muttered.
Mr. Nonno, this is Ella. I'm not sure if you remember her. She'll be staying with me.
He remembered her. My father never forgot a face.
Hello.
Ella looked just as happy to be here as Grace. He smiled.
Hello, Gabriella. Grazie for watching over Matteo and Grace.
She smiled uncomfortably.
I think it was the other way around,
she muttered. Grace pulled her into a hug.
We had each other's back. We watched each other.
They shared a smile before Ella's eyes darted to Massimo, a blush coloring her cheeks. She likes him, I realized smugly. And with that realization, a plan formed in my fucked up brain. I knew there was no chance in hell Grace would ever share what happened since those two left the country. But I wondered if Ella would be an easier shell to crack.
You must be tired.
My father fussed over the women and Matteo.
But first we eat.
Thank you.
All of them headed into the house while Massimo and I lingered behind. The moment they were out of earshot, I turned to Massimo. See if you can get any information out of her friend, I instructed. I want to know what they did for the past 3 years.
What the fuck, Luciano? You want me to torture her?
No. After all, I wasn't that cruel, yet. Seduce her. That shouldn't be too hard of a task. She liked him, and he obviously liked her too. Without another word, that conversation was over. Massimo didn't need detailed instructions. I was tired as fuck, but we needed an update on what happened over the last few days. Both of us headed into my office, and I dialed up Cassio. "Luciano, you bastard," he greeted me, his voice booming through the speaker. "You're back. Is Massimo back too?" "Yes, we're both here." A moment of silence and an exhale. "Okay, are you going to tell me whether or not you found your wife?" "I did, and she's back here." "Hmm?" He cleared his throat, covering his surprise. "She came willingly?" "No." "Is she working with Alfonso?" God, I fucking hated even thinking that she might be working with Alfonso. "I don't know," I gritted. "She isn't exactly cooperating or talking much. We'll need to keep an eye on everything she does." "Cassio, she's my wife and none of your fucking concern." I tried hard to keep my calm. Just the thought of any other man around my wife or even concerning himself with her was enough to send me into a rage. "I have a tracker on both her and her friend's phone. I will handle my wife my way." Silence followed. I didn't give a fuck if Cassio liked it or not. It wasn't up for discussion. Yes, I banked on him needing me. But even if he didn't, nobody was to touch my wife. "Okay, we'll do this your way. You'll keep me informed, yeah?" Anyone else, Cassio would have killed them for telling him off like that. The fact he let it slide for me said a lot. It was at this precise moment that I knew we would always have each other's back. No doubts, no questions asked. "Yes." "Is she okay?" There was nothing but concern in his voice. "More importantly, are you?" "She has a kid," I grumbled. "Anyhow, tell us what we missed." A heartbeat of dead silence, and then he answered, changing the subject. After all, what was there to say about it? "Well, while you two were strutting through Europe," he said teasingly, trying to lighten the mood. Massimo and I rolled our eyes at the same moment. "Alfonso and my father struck a deal. Romano is playing the Colombians. He and my father plan on ripping Raphael off the moment Alfonso receives the goods, so they get free shipments of women and drugs and keep all the money. Do the Colombians know?" I didn't want to see anything happen to Raphael and his men. Yes, we were all criminals, but Raphael was like us. He stuck to his drugs and arms smuggling, staying clear off human trafficking. If something was to happen to him, the next guy that stepped into his spot might not be so honorable. Yes, Raphael's father was a bastard, but so was Cassio's. We were our own men, not our father's men. Luckily, my father was a great man, but not all of us were lucky like that. "Yes, I alerted them. Anything else?" "There is something else, but we don't have any details yet." Cassio didn't seem happy about it. He was very much like me in that regard. He hated waiting on information. "Luca hacked into our father's email and found correspondence with Alfonso referencing an old agreement between my father and the Romano family. There isn't much more than that. We still have some digging to do before we know exactly what it is, but I don't have a good feeling about it. Have you run it by Nico? There wasn't a man walking this earth that wasn't more cool-headed than Nico, and he had an unkeen way of digging up the past. Probably all his vast contacts in every known and unknown agency on this damn planet. There was a reason he made a good advisor. The man was a human machine, Yes, he mentioned an old standing agreement between the Romano and King family that traded women of high social circles to high-ranking members of the Mafia. And he seems to think this agreement wasn't only with the Romano family. He's chasing it down. You're kidding me. It certainly sounded like a bad joke. Like a matchmaking service for mobsters or some shit? Fuck if I know. My bastard father and his ancestors kept a tight lid on it. There are only a few people that even know about it. Personally, I think it is some made-up garbage. I didn't point out to Cassio that his father's ancestors were his as well. He hated his father's guts and anything related to his father. I didn't blame him. That man was a monster. Cassio and Luca were his sons, but he mistreated them like they were disposable commodities. It was the reason Cassio and Luca only associated with their mother's side of the family. Marco King, their half-brother, was no better than Benito King. He was younger than Cassio and Luca, but he was a cruel asshole that enjoyed inflicting pain, just like their father. Marco's mother was no better. Some airheaded, gold-digging blonde bimbo that insisted she was a natural redhead. The whole world knew she wasn't. It was probably the reason Marco King was obsessed with redheads. Something definitely wrong with that one. Matchmaking for mobsters, I muttered. Now there is something I have never encountered. You and me both. We worked through a few more outstanding items. I would have to get in contact with Ghost soon and schedule the next 3 dates I would require services. That actually improved my mood slightly. For some reason, I liked corresponding with Ghost. I found the humor that shone through those short messages entertained me. The next morning when I woke up, I felt at peace for the first time in over 3 years. I checked my phone to see if Grace or Ella had reached out to anyone. Nothing. Not a single email or text went out. I logged into the security system and accessed the cameras in her son's room. By the time I was done with meetings and handling all the business I'd missed over the last few days, Grace had already gone to bed, along with her son. The room I'd designated for Matteo came up on my phone screen, and I found Grace's sleeping form. Her brown-colored hair spread across the pillow, making her skin appear even paler than it really was. I fucking hated that hair color. She still looked beautiful, but something about those ginger-red curls matched her personality to a T. It took me a few seconds to realize something wasn't right. Where was Matteo? I checked different angles of the room to ensure I covered the entire room. He wasn't there. Abruptly, I jolted out of the bed, put my pants on, and rushed out of the room shirtless. That's when I heard it. The soft giggle of a child. I followed the sound and found Matteo in the kitchen sitting in a high chair. My father fed him brioche con gelato, a sweet roll filled with ice cream, a summer Sicilian breakfast. Neither one of them noticed me, and I listened to my father speak to Matteo in Sicilian dialect about things they would go do today. Matteo grinned, which told me he understood him perfectly. This boy already captured my father's heart. "Come in and sit with us, Luciano," my father said without lifting his head. "Have a breakfast." I sat down next to the boy, his beaming smile contagious. "You like that breakfast, huh?" He nodded his head eagerly.
"Si, più, per favore."
There was a smudge of ice cream on his cheek. I chuckled. "I think one brioche is quite enough," I told him, smiling. "Your mother won't be happy about feeding you gelato for breakfast." He took my hand and held it as he finished the last bite of his breakfast. My eyes lowered to his small, chubby hand in my large, rough palm. His hand barely covered a quarter of mine. Fuck, my chest hurt again. At this rate, I'd have a heart attack soon. He cooed some more unrecognizable words and I smiled. "I guess so, buddy." I didn't pick up on that.
"Spiaccia,"
he babbled.
He's quite adamant about going to the beach. My father spoke softly, a smile I haven't seen on his face in a long time playing around his lips.
Ah, Luciano.
Our cook strode into the kitchen.
Coffee?
Sure, thank you, I told her. And can I have one of those brioche, please? Surprise flashed across her face, but she quickly recovered and brought me a plate. Massimo strolled in at that moment. I want one too, please. He sat down next to my father. Buongiorno. Buongiorno, Massimo. My cousin was the closest thing I ever had to a brother. His mother was my father's sister, and he practically grew up with my sister and I. Maria placed brioche in front of Massimo.
Make sure you eat it all, boys.
She loved feeding us. Aren't you too old for brioche? I joked, poking at Massimo. You can never be too old for that, he murmured, biting into his breakfast. Besides, aren't you? No, I'm not, I answered him. Damn, I forgot how good they are. Right, Matteo? Massimo looked at the little boy, and the latter nodded in agreement. I smiled, shaking my head at him. Strangely, this moment almost felt like the old days, before life became a clusterfuck, before my mother and sister were killed by the Romano, changing all our lives forever. How about we share this one, Matteo? I asked the little guy next to me, who watched us all with wonder in his eyes. At the offer, his big eyes sparkled like I just offered him the world. I let him take a bite and returned my gaze to my father. Should I take him to the beach? My father asked. Grace said he can't swim yet. Probably better if you don't go down there alone. He nodded. He seems to love the beach. Considering where we found them hiding, I was sure he was right. Boy probably spent every day at the beach, and now he's missing it. Where did you find her? My father asked. There was no question about who we were talking about. Favignane. Your mother's hometown. Surprise etched on his face while I nodded in confirmation. I didn't think it was a coincidence. Grace spent quite a bit of time talking with my father during our short marriage. He often spoke of his time in his hometown and my mother. Was Matteo born there? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. He watched me pensively, and I wondered what went through his mind. Usually my father and I were in sync, but when it came to Grace, our wires always got crossed. Lei resta qui, davvero, mio figlio. She will stay here, true, my son? Maybe I shouldn't be surprised that my father still wanted Grace to remain. I thought she'd fall out of his graces, but my father had a permanent soft spot for my wife and our son. Pew! The little boy demanded, giving me time to answer my father. It was certainly bossy. He opened his mouth and waited for his brioche. Hopefully we finish this breakfast before Grace wakes up. Content he got his food, Matteo reached over closer to me, and I watched, curious what he was doing. Ouch! Little schmuck pulled my nipple. The kid gave me a grin and murmured, Latte. My father burst into booming laughter, shortly followed by Massimo and Maria. I grinned too, hearing my father laugh, making me happy. Sorry, buddy, I told Matteo. I don't have any of that shit there, but Maria will get your milk from the refrigerator. She was already pouring milk into a plastic sippy cup. I could see her back shaking with laughter she was trying to hold back. Glad someone was having fun at my expense. Anywhere else, I'd shoot the fuckers down. But I guess I'd allow it in the kitchen. She brought milk over to him.
Here you go, little guy.
She placed the sippy cup in front of him. It would seem it didn't take her long to buy all the stuff a kid needs. Grazie. I had to give it to Grace. The boy had manners. Maria, thank you for getting all the stuff we need for Matteo.
No problem. It's nice having little ones in the house again.
I flinched. Maria has been with us since my sister and I were children. Glancing at my father, I didn't see the usual soul-shattering sorrow on his face. Instead, there was hope, edged in his wrinkles. Yes, she will stay, Dad. I answered my father's earlier question in Italian. I didn't know how I would keep Grace with us, but I'd find a way. If I had to chain her to this house, I'd ensure she remained in this household for as long as my father lived. And if I had to get rid of Matteo's father, fuck it, I would. Everybody had a price. The next few minutes we all sat in silence. Matteo drank his milk, his eyes slightly droopy, like he was getting tired. His fingers wrapped around my finger, his hand resting against the palm of my hand. My father was content just watching Matteo. Massimo was focused on his phone, and I wasn't sure what I felt or where I stood.
Matteo?
Grace's panicked voice traveled across the house. He didn't hear her, his head slowly shifting towards me, drooping over onto my shoulder.
I'll go tell her he's here,
Maria whispered in a low tone and rushed out of the kitchen. She didn't want to stir up Matteo, who was falling asleep. Less than 12 hours and this little boy had my staff wrapped around his finger. Maria came back with Grace, and her eyes immediately went to her son. She looked fucking gorgeous in a black tank top and baggy, silky pajama bottoms that sat low on her hips, exposing skin on her lower belly. My cock immediately jolted to attention. My wife has had that effect on me from the moment I saw her in my nightclub. You'd think it would ease up, but it has only gotten worse. I watched relief cross her face at seeing Matteo and turn into a soft smile.
Is he falling asleep?
I nodded at the same time that my father replied, Si.
Sit down, Grace. I'll get you some coffee.
Maria offered.
I can... No, you sit down. I remember how you like your coffee.
Grace tensed slightly at the reference of our past, but my father wouldn't let her retreat. Here, sit with me, Gracie. He patted an empty seat between Matteo and himself. Her gaze darted to her son, who was now soundly asleep against my arm. Then her eyes traveled over me, and I watched her pale, delicate throat move as she swallowed hard. Her gaze was stuck on my chest, lingering over my tattoos. The tattoos always fascinated her. She wouldn't meet my eyes, her cheeks blushing light pink. She wants me. The thought pierced through my brain victoriously. My wife is still attracted to me. Morning, Grace. She startled and her eyes snapped up. Did you sleep well? I asked her, pretending not to notice her attraction towards me. All the while, I schemed how I would get my wife into my bed as soon as possible.
Fine.
She focused on her coffee and turned to look at my dad, taking the offered seat.
Could we get bed rails or something for that bed? It's too high up, and I kept waking up to ensure he didn't fall out. I don't know how I didn't feel him get out of bed.
I glanced at Maria.
We got them,
She assured me.
We didn't want to go in and wake up the baby or you, but I'll have someone install it today.
Grace smiled at her gratefully.
Thank you very much, Maria. Of course.
She smiled back and went back to doing whatever she was doing. Matteo woke up early. My father patted my wife's hand. I heard him call out, so I opened the door and took him. You need the rest.
Thank you. I just can't believe I slept so hard that I never even heard anything.
You were tired? My father comforted her. That was a long trip.
Yeah.
She muttered under her breath.
An unnecessary and forced trip.
My father refused to let her words deter him from his happiness of having my wife back. Honestly, it would have been comical, if only I didn't know I was the reason she hated to be back. This is good, you're back. You made me very happy. Oh, my father was going all out now. Now I can die in peace. But first, I want to see Matteo grow up. A resigned breath left her lips. You did a good job raising him, Gracie. Yes, my father worshipped the ground Grace walked on. I could see my wife shift uncomfortably in her seat.
Thank you, Nono, but he's only 2.
When is his birthday? He inquired. God, if he got it into his head to throw some crazy children's party, I'd have to put a stop to it all.
October.
My old man grinned like he just got the best gift of his lifetime. What day? She acted like she didn't want to tell him. I couldn't understand what the big deal was.
October 17th.
Perfecto. It is coming soon. Grace nodded, avoiding his eyes now too. Instead, her gaze shifted to her son's sleeping form. She watched her son's little hand wrapped around my finger with a sad expression, like she was thinking about a painful memory she wanted to forget. I couldn't help but ponder at her strange behavior. Honestly, I was surprised she didn't take her son's high chair and put it as far away as possible from me. Yours and Ella's stuff will be here this morning, I told her, breaking the silence. Anger flashed in her eyes.
I expect you to have all our stuff packed up and shipped back when we leave, too.
And where are you going to? I taunted her. Back to the Romano Empire? Angry red blotches marked the skin on her chest and her breathing slightly labored. I pissed her off. Good. Luciano. I didn't miss the warning in my father's voice, but I never wavered my eyes from my wife. Her whole posture tensed, her gaze burning with hate. Ignoring my father, I continued. Don't even contemplate calling them. This time, I'll know before you betray me.
Fuck you.
Sitting rigidly, her spine stiff, the look my wife gave me was a clear indication of how much she despised me. I remembered back to our early days of marriage. We fought back then too, but we only did it when alone, without witnesses. Even when I taunted her, she always refused the bait around my father, worried he'd get upset. Clearly, she no longer had those qualms. Ella walked in at that moment, breaking up the glaring contest my wife and I had going on.
Morning.
Ella murmured and handed my wife her phone. A look they shared, a jerky nod, and my wife bent her head reading something on her phone. An emotion flashed on her face. But Grace now was unlike the woman I married. She was much better at hiding her emotions. I glanced at Massimo, telling him silently to check the tracker. Grace's eyes focused on her phone. I couldn't tell whether she just had good news or bad news. She carefully masked her feelings. Her only betrayal was her lower lip between her teeth. She used to do that when she was nervous. Her soft, full lips were torture to gaze upon. I could still remember how they felt wrapped around my cock, how expertly she sucked and took all of me deep down into her throat. Great. Now I'd have to jerk off before heading for my morning meeting with the Colombians. My phone beeped, and in slow motion, so I didn't wake up Mateo, I took it and read the message. Firewalls on the device. Need to hack. If Massimo told me the sky was falling, I would have been less shocked. Why in hell would Grace have firewalls on her phone? What was she hiding? Do it. Everything okay, Gracie? My father asked her in a concerned tone. Her smile was forced as she locked her phone.
Yes, of course.
She assured him, lying expertly. I watched her get up from her seat and open the tray of the high chair.
Hold him up,
She spoke softly. Placing the tray on the table, she leaned over and gently picked the boy up, wrapping him into her embrace. He stirred, but she murmured something softly and he went right back to sleep, with his head on her chest. Without a backward glance, she left the room.
Is it okay if I take my coffee cup into my room?
Ella asked. I nodded and watched her rush out after her friend. How long will it take you to penetrate those firewalls? Massimo was one of the best when it came to technology. I had no doubt he would get it done. An hour, maybe 2, he muttered. They are good. What's going on? My father inquired. Nothing to worry about, Pa. And that was the truth. There was nothing to worry about. because Massimo would have their code broken in no time. The morning meeting with the Colombians was longer than I wanted it to be. Truthfully, I didn't even want to be here, although I was the one that started the entire thing in my efforts to bring the Romano family down once and for all.
Alfonso expects the shipment within 4 days,
Raphael continued. He was pissed and wanted to go into attack mode against Alfonso and Cassio's father. We had to calm him down, convince him to let the cards play out.
Of course, nothing will come.
Once it was revealed that Romano wanted to set Raphael up and get him killed, the latter had a hard time pretending he could work with Alfonso Romano. He hated his guts to start with, knowing he tried to have his half-sister drugged. This just tipped the iceberg. He'd have to play along, pretend he didn't know that Alfonso planned on taking goods from Raphael, and then double-crossing him. It wasn't as if we were going to deliver women to Alfonso, even if he wasn't planning on double-crossing him. And you and your men will not be there, I added. He pressed his lips into a thin line, showing his displeasure. Before we kill him, Raphael, we need to let the cards play out. Let him fall. Don't doubt me when I say he will die.
I want that motherfucker dead now, he gritted, for sending men after Isabella. If Vasily didn't intervene, they would have drugged her, kidnapped her, for one of their fucking trafficking containers. Benito King, too.
My father won't be far behind him, Cassio assured him. Raphael nodded, not exactly happy, but satisfied enough to let it go. Cassio was a man of his word, so he knew we could depend on him not to break it.
Also, there is something I heard, Raphael grumbled. It is probably useless information.
What is it? It was important we don't discount any information, no matter how unmeaningful it might seem.
I overheard Alfonso discuss the delivery of a woman, he started explaining, to Benito. It didn't sound like his usual trafficking. Something was off with it. Kept referring to her as the belle of the season.
What woman? Cassio asked warily. He couldn't stand his father, hated his guts for the cruelty he bestowed on everyone. But it seemed Benito constantly had something up his sleeve. Raphael shrugged his shoulder.
Fuck if I know. But whoever the woman is, she's causing Alfonso trouble.
My kind of woman, then, I muttered.
Yeah, and he mentioned that she should have been delivered years ago, he added.
The information didn't make any sense, but we'd have Luca check into it. We went through a few more details and called it a day. Cassio left, meeting Luca somewhere outside the city, and I wanted to rush back home. Instead, I had one more meeting to take care of. Reluctantly, I had to admit to myself that knowing my wife was in my home soothed me. It hasn't been even a day since Grace returned. Correction, since I dragged her back, and I wanted to be wherever she was. Last night, I found myself wishing she was in my room. I didn't even care if she let me fuck her. I just wanted her within my sight. I wasn't surprised she didn't sleep in our bedroom, but damn if it wasn't disappointing. Talk about being a drooling, love-struck lover boy. Yes, I slept better than any other night since my wife disappeared. But I also spent the entire night fantasizing about her, under me, on top of me, in the shower, bent over the couch. In turn, it made me agitated as fuck as the day progressed. I dialed up Massimo as I walked into my office. Everything ready?
Yes, they are all in a virtual lobby waiting for you.
Seriously? Fuck. I finally get to see the ghost.
Except for one.
And the hope was squashed. There was no doubt in my mind which one wasn't. This was the meeting to kick off the plans and schedule for the next 6 months. I have kept the best for myself. As for others, Even if Alfonso Romano or Benito King did business with them, I didn't give a fuck. They weren't that good, and most runners avoided doing business directly with Benito King. After that meeting, I finally went home. Once there, I strode directly to the surveillance room. Massimo lifted his hand. He could tell I was in a pissed-off mood during the last meeting. I caught him more than once during our virtual meeting stifling his grin. Of course, it wasn't anyone's fault that the ghost didn't show, but I still wanted to shoot all those assholes. It was a good thing that only Massimo and I could see everyone. All they saw during that meeting was each other's faces, never us. What was the deal with the ghost? I need that motherfucker on my payroll. After my last email, there was no reply, and I found myself wondering if I lost that runner. The services of that individual were highly sought after, and the ghost only took 2 jobs, 3 per month tops. The confirmation email with acceptance of my offer never came, and I debated whether I offered enough now. The ghost was offered the highest retainage, but I was willing to up it to ensure the acceptance. But a response would have to come in order to start the negotiation. I checked my emails on the phone for the 100th time since the virtual meeting ended. My phone buzzed, signaling an incoming email, and I saw the reply. I quickly swiped it open and read it.
To Ruthless King, from The Ghost. Agreed to retainage and keeping it exclusive to you. I'll need a few days' notice for upcoming transactions. Sorry I couldn't make your virtual meeting. My terms are unchanged in regards to privacy. If that's a problem, I can't do this. Let me know. Otherwise, business as usual. G.
My lip curved slightly at reading the response. Somehow it didn't surprise me, though I had to wonder whether this runner had brass balls or just wasn't afraid. The reputation of the Ruthless King on the black market wasn't the shiniest one, but I paid well, and as long as you didn't fuck me over, I was fair. At least, I believed I was fair. Meeting went well, huh? He retorted sarcastically. We had to bet whether the ghost would show. I thought I made it appealing enough for the person to bite the bait. We were both curious to know whether it was a man or a woman behind that title. My intuition told me it was a woman, but the way the ghost handled business made me think it was a man. Massimo was certain it was a man. I wasn't so sure, though, especially after that email with the comment about the beach. Men are usually not excited to go to the beach. Yes, it went peachy. I spat back dry. As you well know, though I just got an email from the ghost. I quickly started typing my reply, letting the ghost know the privacy terms are fine. The privacy terms are a deal breaker. So, are you keeping the ghost on or cutting him loose? I noted Massimo said him. I grinned. I'm still not convinced it is a him, I told him, but yes, I'll accept the terms. Switching to a more interesting subject, I tilted my head towards the surveillance monitor. What have those two been up to? I tilted to the screen. It showed Grace and Ella by the pool. Pretty much this most of the morning. His eyes lingered on Ella. I knew he had the hots for her. Apparently, quite a bit of hots. Any progress with Ella? I questioned him. His eyes darkened and he grunted. She avoids talking. I raised my eyebrows. Just talking? Fuck off, Luciano, he grumbled. There was no doubt those two were already fucking. She'll talk eventually. Yeah, good luck with that. Those two had anyone connected to me on the enemy of the state list. By default, Massimo was shit out of luck. Still, it didn't hurt to try that route. We had a bet about Ella going. She'd be an easier one to cave than Grace. I saw the way she watched Massimo. He might be able to get some information out of her way before Grace would spill anything to me. But at least he was getting laid. He didn't have to outright say it, but it was clear he was doing perfectly well in that department. "Were you able to crack the firewall?" I questioned him. No wonder our tracer on both their devices showed no activity. They were both hiding all their transactions behind layers of firewalls. "Almost there." If I wasn't so agitated and needed to know what my wife was doing, I'd laugh. Massimo fucking hated that those two were giving him a run for his money. He was actually impressed and planned on using some of it set up to upgrade our own security system. "Where is Roberto?" I questioned him. "He was with your father for about 5 minutes and then he headed for the city. He said he had to take care of some shit." Frowning, I wondered what shit he would have to take care of. I didn't send him to take care of anything for me. I glanced at the screen again, forgetting Roberto, and Massimo continued as if he could read my mind. "Grace has been messing around on the laptop and Ella sunbathed and swam all morning. And the boy? Your father took him to a playground." I raised my eyebrow. "It will be hard when the boy leaves. Your father won't like it." I frowned. I didn't like to think about Grace leaving. If I could help it, it would never happen again. Besides, I told my father she was staying. I just needed time, and her to stop fucking ignoring me or glaring at me. Music blared through the monitors, and both of us looked back at the screens. Grace and Ella were laughing, singing along to the song, more like screaming, because neither one of them could carry a single damn tune.
If you're looking for love, know that love don't live here anymore.
Yeah, they were also butchering the tunes. My eyes zeroed in on my wife. She looked relaxed and happy. Whenever she was around me, she was tense. It didn't take a genius to know she was determined to keep her distance. She trusted me less now than when we first got married. "Yeah, I wonder why, jackass," my mind mocked, but I firmly shut it down. My eyes roamed over her body. She still had that suntan glow from her time in Italy. I thought she was beautiful when I first saw her 3 years ago, but it was nothing to the way she looked now. She was breathtakingly captivating. Yes, there was still vulnerability to her, but it was her strength that shone through. How she challenged me at every turn, and her body in that bikini. Fuck, what is she wearing? My train of thinking abruptly ended. Is that like the tiniest bikini ever invented? And she wore that all day while Massimo watched her? Massimo pulled his phone up. "What the fuck are you doing?" I barked out. If he tried to take a picture of my wife in that tiny bikini, cousin or no, I'd shoot him. "I'm Shazamming the song." I frowned. "What the fuck for?" "Gotta keep up with the trend of those two," he muttered. "Ah, Miley Cyrus, someone else."
Should we take off our bathing suits and just sunbathe nude?
Ella's exclamation came through the screen amid their singing.
What a great idea.
My wife exclaimed. Before I knew what I was doing, I strode in angry steps out the door and onto the patio. I didn't realize Massimo was behind me till I stopped abruptly at the terrace to see my wife reaching for her backstrap to untie her bikini. "Don't even fucking think about it," I growled, shooting glares at my wife. If I wouldn't be seeing her tits, nobody else would either. She glanced over her shoulder.
First of all, you have no right to tell me what I can or cannot do.
Her voice was unperturbed, dismissing me with her scolding look.
And second, I'm itching my back. Unless you volunteer to be my pool boy and scratch.
I was behind her in 1 heartbeat, 2 seconds, and 3 strides. "Sure, I volunteer," I rasped in her ear. "I volunteer to scratch your itch." She was getting under my skin. Fuck, she has been under my skin from the moment my eyes met her sparkling gaze 3 years and 9 months ago. My calloused palm placed against her back, I felt her stiffen at my touch. She hated my fucking guts. I waited, expecting for her to move away from me, but she remained still. Almost as the two of us dared each other who'd stop the connection first. It wouldn't be me, because I was finally touching her bare, soft skin. I've been itching to touch her since I found her. I would take more from her. She'd sleep in my bed tonight. I want you to get rid of that hair color, I growled. My voice was rougher than I intended. It was on the tip of my tongue to bark at Ella and Massimo to get lost, so I could fuck my wife right here and right now. I didn't give a shit who could see or hear us. This need to bury my cock inside her was clawing at me, demanding I be sated.
Chapter 12. Grace. I stood still, Luciano's warm palm against my back. I hated how it made my skin burn, the tingling sensation shooting throughout my body, my blood sizzling with need. It is not for his touch, I tried to convince myself. It was a natural reaction to have a physical reaction after feeling a man's hand on me after so many years. I had to fight the urge to close my eyes and lean back into his touch. My heart thundered in my chest, excitement and adrenaline mixing together. Luciano Vitale would end up costing me more than my life if I lowered my guard. I'd stick around till the annulment came through. Then we would run and never look back. I have to say, Luciano, I started, although my voice was slightly high-pitched. You suck as a pool boy. I've had so much better. So either scratch the spot or step away from me.
Scared, tesoro?
He whispered the question into my ear. His breath was hot, igniting my blood with each syllable. That was the most terrifying part. I didn't feel fear, only a burning desire that would turn me into ashes at any second. The need to feel his hands all over my skin wiped any reason or sanity, leaving me only with want. This aching want for this man, the ache only he could sate.
Mama.
My son's voice woke me up from the haze and impending doom under my husband's touch. I shook off his touch and ran to Matteo. Hey, buddy! I lifted him up into the air. How was the playground?
Fun.
My eyes shifted to Luciano's father. Thanks for taking him to the playground. He grinned, and it struck me how much my son looked like his father and grandfather. The resemblance was plain as day. Luciano was a perceptive, smart man, and I feared he'd see it at any moment. Each second around these men was a danger. We needed to be out of here before those two figured out who Matteo's father was.
Boy likes the swings,
The old Matteo announced.
Davvero?
He asked his grandson. Matteo nodded eagerly, his whole face lit up from happiness.
But now we're hungry for lunch.
Matteo wiggled out of my arms and ran up to Luciano's father.
Nonno, nonno.
Each time I heard Matteo call out nonno to Luciano's father, a pang of regret hit me. It felt like I robbed him of the knowledge that he had a grandchild. Not like I robbed him. I did, but it wasn't all my fault. His son was to blame too. I'll go ahead and feed him, I said in a strained voice. He is full of energy. Luciano's father just shrugged his shoulders.
I like it. He reminds me of Luciano when he was that age.
I swallowed hard, my mouth desert dry. I always thought Matteo was Luciano's twin. Nonno just confirmed it. Did he suspect? Luciano's father was very perceptive. After all, his son got it from him. Although when it came to me, my husband was blind as a bat. I thought sarcastically. I wanted to honor Luciano's father when I named our son, but I believed I'd never see him again, any of them again. Now I pondered whether it was a smart thing to do. I watched my toddler walk away from me with his grandfather, hand in hand, in the direction of the kitchen. The youngest generation and the oldest. Damn it. I didn't want Nono to experience more loss, or Matteo. This had to end as soon as possible so we could all move on and leave all this behind us once and for all. I turned my back to Luciano and bent over to pick up my laptop. Stuffing it into its slip, I glanced over my shoulder. Luciano, I want the annulment expedited. With your connections, I'm sure you can have it done fast. I was so lost in him. I didn't even notice Massimo standing to the side. Of course, that man was always by his side. I narrowed my eyes on him. I wouldn't forgive either one of them for that evening, when they discarded me like some garbage. I strode quickly away from both of them,